Have you ever thought about the strangest missing chapter in human history for tens of thousands of years? Modern humans already exist, and yet the story goes strangely quiet. No cities, no writing, hardly any clear trace of the lives they lived, the knowledge they carried, or what may have been lost forever. It is one of prehistory's deepest mysteries. Before we go deeper, take a moment to like the video and subscribe if this is the kind of history and mystery you enjoy, because tonight we are stepping into the unexplained prehistoric time gap in human history. At first there is only a silence, and then, if the evidence is arranged carefully enough, faint signs begin to emerge from it. A chipped stone edge in East Africa, a cut-marked bone in a dry basin, a hearth-stain so ancient it seems less like the remains of a fire than the shadow of one, a human skull with a modern face and an ancient world pressed all around it. These fragments do not arrive in order. They do not tell a smooth story. They come out of caves, lake margins, collapsed shelters, river terraces, and sediments laid down under skies no living person has ever seen. And when they are placed side by side, one of the strangest patterns in all of human history begins to appear. Our species seems to be present, recognizably human in body, startlingly early, and yet for a very long time after that, the record remains thin, broken, and uneasy, as if humanity has arrived on stage but the lights have not fully come up. This is the prehistoric time gap, not a neat empty space, not a literal absence of people, but a vast stretch of deep time in which modern humans exist without leaving behind the kind of abundant, unmistakable cultural signatures that later periods preserve in greater number. It is a gap defined less by total darkness than by partial visibility. Something is there, clearly, but not enough to satisfy the scale of what eventually follows. By the time human beings cover continents, paint cave walls, stitch tailored clothing, bury their dead with care, carve ivory figures, cross open water, and begin to alter landscapes in lasting ways, the story feels dramatic and legible. Before that, for tens of thousands of years, sometimes longer depending on where one draws the line, the evidence flickers, a site appears, then nothing nearby. A promising innovation emerges, then it seems to vanish. A population spreads, then leaves little that can be easily traced. Scholars still debate exactly how to define this interval, where to place its beginning, and whether it is truly one mystery or several layered together. But the unease it creates is real. We seem to know that humanity is present, and yet we can only partly see what humanity is doing. That tension matters because the gap sits at the center of a much bigger question. What does it mean to become human in the full sense that history later recognizes if a person with a modern body walks through an African grassland 200,000 years ago, watches smoke drift from a fire, shares food, remembers places, fears predators, cares for kin, and speaks in some form of language now lost forever? Is that person already fully part of the human story as we imagine it? Most likely yes. But if so, why does the archaeological record often remain so restrained? Why do the richest traces of symbolic life, technological elaboration, and long-distance social connection become common only later and unevenly? Why does the human past seem to spend so long in a condition of near invisibility before brightening into something easier to recognize? Before we go deeper, take a moment to like the video and subscribe. If this is the kind of history and mystery you enjoy, the mystery becomes more powerful the longer one looks at the time scale. Human history, in the everyday sense, feels immense. Written civilization reaches back only a few thousand years. Agriculture is older, but still recent in the grand scheme. Even the great cave art traditions of Ice Age Europe belong to the final sliver of our species' existence. Anatomically modern humans, however, extend far beyond that. Fossils from Africa indicate that beings essentially like us in skeletal form appear roughly 300,000 years ago. Perhaps somewhat earlier depending on how one interprets the evidence. That is a duration so vast that all known empires, all monuments, all books, all kingdoms, all voyages, all religions, and all industrial civilizations occupy only the thinnest surface layer above it. And within that immense span lies a troubling asymmetry. Bodies arrive early. The dense material signatures many people associate with humanity seem, at least at first glance, to arrive much later. It would be easy to force that pattern into a dramatic myth. One could claim that humans were somehow incomplete for a long age, or that a sudden mental revolution transformed a previously stagnant species into something recognizably modern. Older accounts often leaned in that direction. Some imagined a late cognitive spark, almost like a switch being thrown. Others described an abrupt human revolution around 40 or 50,000 years ago, especially with reference to Europe, where ornaments, cave paintings, specialized tools, musical instruments, and elaborate symbolic behaviors become impressively visible. But the evidence has grown more complicated. Finds from Africa and parts of Southwest Asia suggest that several supposedly late behaviors appear earlier in scattered form. Pigments are used, shell beads are made. Blades, composite tools, and carefully structured living spaces appear in some places long before the classic Ice Age fluorescence of Europe. The record, in other words, does not support a simple tale of a long emptiness followed by instant awakening. What survives in the record suggests something far stranger. Human capacities may have emerged gradually, unevenly, locally, and in pulses, while preservation itself distorts almost every stage of the story. That is why the prehistoric time gap is so compelling. It is not merely a puzzle about dates, it is a confrontation with the limitations of evidence. Prehistory is not a library with missing shelves. It is more like a coastline after a storm, where almost everything fragile has been pulled away, and what remains has been broken, scattered, buried, drowned, or ground to powder. Most human action leaves little trace even today. A conversation disappears immediately. A gesture leaves nothing. A song survives only in memory. A path through grass lasts a season. A woven bag decays. A wooden spear rots. A shelter collapses. A burial may be scattered by scavengers, floods, roots, or later sediment movements. If a community lives lightly on the land, repairs tools constantly, reuses camp locations rarely, and depends on materials like fiber, skin, wood, and plant matter, it may leave almost nothing durable enough to survive 100,000 years, let alone 300,000. The evidence remains incomplete not because nothing happened, but because prehistory is built out of the few things time failed to destroy. Even so, the quiet remains strange. Human evolution before our own species often seems easier to narrate in broad outline. There are stone tools extending back more than 3 million years. There are successive hominin forms with differing bodies, brains, and ranges. There are long patterns of adaptation tied to changing environments. Then modern humans emerge in Africa with a combination of features that mark something new, though not in a single instant and not in perfect isolation from older populations. One might expect that from this point onward the record would become steadily richer. Instead, it often feels hesitant. There are sites of great importance, certainly, but they are few enough and scattered enough to invite caution. Some periods are represented by local bursts of evidence surrounded by long stretches of ambiguity. Some innovations appear, disappear, and then appear again. Some regions preserve almost nothing at all. The result is a deep historical unease. It is not that scholars know nothing, far from it. There is substantial evidence for early Homo sapiens in Africa, evidence of movement into the Levant at different times, evidence of interactions with archaic humans, evidence of technological flexibility, dietary breadth, and resilience under difficult conditions. Yet the shape of the story remains frustratingly irregular. It is possible to feel, while reading this record, that humanity spent a vast portion of its existence just below the threshold of historical visibility, not absent, not primitive in the old insulting sense, not waiting idly for civilization, but living in ways that were dynamic, intelligent, and socially meaningful while still leaving behind only scattered signatures that survive by chance. A lesser-known detail sharpens the mystery further. Sea levels during colder Ice Age phases were often far lower than they are now, in some periods by more than 100 meters. This means that enormous stretches of ancient coastline, estuary, lagoon, and fertile continental shelf once available to human populations are now underwater, and coasts matter. They concentrate food, movement, raw materials, and exchange. They can sustain dense, adaptable populations. If early humans repeatedly favoured shorelines, river mouths, and low plains, then some of the most important chapters in their development may now lie beneath modern seas, inaccessible or only barely explored. The apparent gap may therefore be, in part, a map problem. We are searching a flooded world from its surviving edges. Still, even that explanation does not solve everything. The record on land also shows a pattern of unevenness. For reasons scholars still debate, some populations leave clearer traces of symbolism, long-distance exchange, and technical specialization than others. Population size may be part of the answer. A small scattered species can possess remarkable intelligence, and yet struggle to preserve innovations over long stretches. Skills can vanish if too few people share them. Social networks can fracture during drought, cold pulses, volcanic crises, or migration failures. Knowledge can remain local, then disappear with the group that carried it. In that sense, the gap may not represent a delay in becoming human at all. It may represent repeated loss. Human life may have advanced in bursts, stumbled, fragmented, resumed, and branched again many times, with only fragments surviving to show that this happened. There is also the danger of modern bias. Later humans build things that last. They quarry stone, fire clay, cast metal, stack walls, fill graves with offerings, leave inscriptions, dig canals, raise monuments, store grain, reshape valleys, and produce waste on enormous scales. These acts are loud in the archaeological record. Earlier foragers, even highly capable ones, can appear faint by comparison, not because their lives are simpler in any moral sense, but because their material footprint is lighter and their world is organized differently. A camp used for a few weeks, cleaned, abandoned, and later eroded by wind may tell us less about its inhabitants than a single broken wall tells us about a farming village. The silence, then, may be partly our own way of measuring significance. We notice permanence because permanence survives, yet something about the prehistoric time gap remains stubborn even after every caution is applied. The issue is not merely that the record is sparse. It is that the sparsity coincides with one of the most consequential phases in the history of life, the expansion of a species that will eventually occupy nearly every environment on Earth and transform the planet more thoroughly than any other large animal. Somewhere in that long obscured interval, humans refine social learning, deepen communication, improve cooperation, widen diet, alter movement patterns, face climatic violence, encounter rival human lineages, and begin laying down the invisible foundations of everything that comes later. Families form and vanish. Migrations begin and fail. Children grow up learning techniques no one will ever record. Fires are lit against darkness in camps whose names are gone. Bodies are buried or left exposed in places that will never be found. Whole traditions may arise and disappear without leaving so much as a bead. So the gap is not empty. It is crowded with lost lives. That may be the most unsettling part of all. When modern people imagine prehistory, they often picture slowness, sameness, and a kind of featureless waiting room before civilization. The actual picture is likely the opposite. It may have been full of experiments, setbacks, local brilliance, ecological pressure, intimate knowledge of animals and seasons, and social worlds as emotionally real as any later village or city. The tragedy is that most of it did not fossilize. What remains are hints, and the hints are enough to tell us that the silence is misleading. From the beginning, then, the story is not about a missing species, it is about missing visibility. Humans are there, but in forms the record only intermittently captures. The mystery is not why nothing happened for a long time. The mystery is why so much may have happened while leaving so little that can still be held in the hand. Everything that follows grows out of that tension. To understand the time gap, it is necessary to enter the world before the better-known worlds, before farming, before cities, before writing, before even the richest age of cave art, and stand where the evidence is thinnest. Only then does the shape of the problem become clear. Humanity's past is not simply long. It is broken, drowned, burned away, scattered by wind, hidden under later ground, and reduced to traces so slight that entire chapters must be inferred from the angle of a flake or the chemistry of ancient sediment. And yet, from that near erasure, one fact remains unmistakable. Our species is already here, moving through an unstable planet, carrying within it the possibilities of everything to come, while the record around it still holds its breath. Long before the first cities rise from mud-brick plains, before kings are named, before any coastline is marked on a map, humanity is already in motion. The movement begins in Africa, not as a single march with a clear destination, but as countless smaller decisions made by small groups over immense stretches of time. A valley dries, herds change direction, a lakeshore expands after rains and draws people toward fish, birds, reeds, and fresh water. Another season turns harsh, and the same region becomes difficult again. Children are carried across ground their grandparents once knew differently. Familiar ridges acquire stories. Dangerous crossings become remembered paths. The first great migrations are not the dramatic arrows later drawn in textbooks. They are rhythms of pressure and opportunity, pauses and advances, returns and failures, all unfolding across landscapes that repeatedly rearrange themselves. Africa during this period is not a static cradle. It is a continent of restless ecological mosaics, and that instability matters. Grasslands pulse outward and retreat, forest belts shift, deserts grow and shrink, rivers change course, lakes appear, deepen, fragment, and disappear. The Sahara itself, so often imagined only as a barrier, has phases when it is far wetter than today, crossed by waterways and dotted with habitable corridors. In such periods, regions later treated as separations become avenues of movement. What survives in the record suggests that early Homo sapiens evolved not in one neat environmental setting, but within a patchwork of changing habitats that reward flexibility above specialization. This may be one of the first hidden foundations of the human story. A species living through repeated climatic swings does not merely endure them, it becomes shaped by them, behaviorally as much as physically. That flexible world helps explain why the early spread of modern humans is so difficult to reduce to a single origin point or clean sequence. Fossils and archaeological sites from different parts of Africa suggest a broad and complex formation, with populations separated and reconnected over time, instead of imagining one small source population from which everything instantly radiates. Many scholars now picture a more braided pattern, groups distributed across eastern, southern, northern, and perhaps central parts of Africa, sometimes isolated by climate and geography, sometimes linked again through greener corridors. Features that later define Homo sapiens may not all emerge at once in one place. They may accumulate across networks of populations, with anatomy, behavior, and adaptation developing unevenly. The evidence remains incomplete, and scholars still debate the exact model, but the older image of a sudden, singular beginning has become harder to sustain. This matters because the prehistoric time gap begins to look different once humanity's early geography is understood properly. If our species forms through a dispersed and shifting population structure, then the expectation of a single uninterrupted trail of evidence becomes unrealistic. Different groups may carry different techniques, exploit different ecologies, and leave different material footprints. Some may thrive in lake basins rich in fish and wetland resources. Others may move through open grasslands tracking large mammals. Others may depend on coasts, shellfish, seabirds, and littoral plants. Still others may occupy woodland margins or river systems that later vanish under sediment. In such a world, there is no reason to expect uniform visibility. There is only a wide species adapting locally, leaving behind evidence in pulses. Even the simple phrase "out of Africa" can conceal more than it explains. In broad terms, it remains true that modern humans emerge in Africa and later spread into Eurasia, Australia, and eventually the Americas. But this spread is not one event. It appears to involve multiple movements, some early and temporary, others more enduring. There are traces indicating that Homo sapiens reaches the Levant well before the major later expansions that seem to leave larger genetic and archaeological legacies. Some of these early populations may flourish briefly and then disappear, cut off by climate shifts or competition, or absorbed without leaving a durable signal easy to detect. The ancient world allows trial runs. Humanity does not step out of Africa once and for all as if crossing a finish line. It edges out, retreats, mixes, fails, tries again. This gives the migrations a more human scale. They are not triumphal from the start. They are precarious. A successful crossing into a new corridor means little if conditions worsen within a few generations. A favourable climate window may close, water sources may fail, game routes may shift. One group may survive while another vanishes nearby. In later ages, failed colonies sometimes leave documents. In prehistory, they usually leave almost nothing. The archaeological silence around some early expansions may therefore record not inactivity, but repeated episodes of hope, followed by disappearance. A population enters a frontier, adapts for a time, and then is erased so thoroughly that only a few tools or bones hint that it was ever there at all. A lesser known but striking feature of this period is how strongly movement depends on timing. Northern routes into Southwest Asia open and close with rainfall and vegetational change. Coastlines offer opportunities but also traps, depending on sea level, storm exposure, and marine productivity. Inland paths that look impossible now may once have been passable during wetter intervals. The reverse is also true. A corridor hospitable for a few thousand years can later become forbidding enough to break contact between populations. When viewed this way, migration is not just movement through space. It is movement through temporary worlds. Humans are following doors that do not stay open. That instability helps produce the sense of a time gap because it prevents the formation of an easy continuous trail. Imagine a lineage of camps stretching through a fertile region for generations, then drought fragmenting the habitat, wind erosion stripping away surfaces, later sediments burying what remains, and rising waters drowning the coastal edge where many groups finally settle. The historical result is not a visible chain but isolated points. Those points can make human movement look abrupt or mysterious, when in reality it may have been gradual, frequent, and deeply entangled with climate. What survives in the record suggests mobility on a broad scale, but not mobility in a stable or predictable world. As humans expand within Africa and beyond it, they are also entering landscapes occupied by other humans. This is crucial. The world they move into is not empty. Neanderthals, Denisovans, and other archaic populations inhabit parts of Eurasia. Their territories, adaptations, and histories complicate every migration story. Early Homo sapiens does not simply replace wilderness with humanity. It encounters other forms of humanity already established in many regions, adapted to local conditions over long spans. The consequences are profound. There is competition, probably avoidance, certainly ecological overlap, and at times interbreeding. Genetic evidence confirms that later non-African modern human populations carry traces of these encounters, while some African populations also preserve signs of deep and complex ancestry involving now lost lineages. Human migration, then, is also human meeting. The species spreads through a world already populated by relatives. Yet the record of these encounters is frustratingly sparse. A genetic trace here, a fossil fragment there, a shared technological pattern that may indicate contact or may not. The silence grows more tantalizing precisely because the stakes are so high. Somewhere in these movements, people who look like us walk into valleys where very different but recognizably human beings already hunt, make tools, care for their young, and bury their dead. Worlds overlap, but the details are mostly gone. There are no chronicles of first meetings, no names for these frontiers, no account of fear, curiosity, imitation, or violence. The prehistoric time gap widens not because movement is absent, but because the emotional and cultural content of that movement leaves such a faint residue. Within Africa itself, mobility likely shapes social life in equally important ways. Long-distance movement does not always mean vast one-way dispersal. It can also mean seasonal circulation, exchange between neighbouring bands, marriage networks, and remembered routes linking resources at different times of year. A group that appears archaeologically isolated may have been socially connected over surprisingly large distances through kin ties and information exchange. Or the reverse may be true, nearby groups may remain separated by difficult terrain, rivalry, or ecological specialization. The density of social networks matters enormously because knowledge depends on them. Techniques survive when enough people share, teach, and reinforce them. When networks thin out, even useful practices can disappear. This may be one reason early innovations appear intermittently in the archaeological record. Not because humans cannot invent, but because inventions require stable chains of transmission to endure. There is also a deeper consequence of migration that often goes unnoticed. Movement changes what must be remembered. In a confined range, generations can rely on inherited familiarity with a limited territory. In expanding or unstable frontiers, memory itself becomes more demanding. Waterholes, migration routes of animals, edible seasonal plants, dangerous predators, distant stone sources, sheltering overhangs, and the social geography of neighboring groups all become part of survival. Knowledge is no longer static. It must travel. It must be taught under conditions of uncertainty. Some scholars suspect that this pressure may have strengthened forms of cooperation and communication long before the archaeological record makes them obvious. If so, then part of the human story during this gap lies not in dramatic artifacts, but in increasingly sophisticated social minds navigating variable worlds. And still the material traces remain light. A few stone industries suggest planning and skill. Certain raw materials appear to have been transported over meaningful distances. Occupation surfaces hint at repeated use of favoured locations. Faunal remains show flexible diets in some settings. There are signs that early humans exploit coasts, wetlands, open country, and woodland edges with impressive adaptability. But adaptability itself can be archaeologically quiet. A population able to shift camp quickly, diversify food sources, and manage risk through knowledge may leave less concentrated evidence than one tied to permanent structures. Success does not always produce abundance in the record. Sometimes it produces elusiveness. This is where the migrations begin to frame the mystery in a new way. The prehistoric time gap is not merely a question of why people seem absent after they evolve. It is a question of how a highly mobile, flexible, dispersed species moves across unstable landscapes for tens of thousands of years without leaving a proportionate archive of its achievements. The answer may lie partly in the very qualities that make humans successful. Mobility scatters evidence. Flexibility reduces dependency on heavy, durable material culture. Climatic windows open and close too quickly for continuous settlement in some corridors. Small populations suffer repeated losses. Contact zones come and go. Coastal adaptations drown beneath later seas. The first great migrations therefore do not resolve the gap. They deepen it. They show humanity doing something immense while remaining only partly visible. By the end of this early phase, one truth stands out with growing force. Human beings are no longer confined to a narrow origin story. They are already becoming a planetary species in slow motion, pushing outward in fragments and pulses, testing ecologies, surviving reversals, learning new rhythms of land and water. But the evidence of that expansion is like a constellation seen through cloud. Enough points are visible to reveal a shape. Too many are hidden to remove doubt. The silence around these migrations is therefore not empty background. It is part of the mystery itself. The world has begun to fill with human journeys, yet the record still speaks in whispers. By the time modern humans are clearly present in the record, the most obvious transformation has already happened. The body is there, the rounded skull, the lighter skeletal build compared with many earlier humans, the face drawn inward beneath a high forehead, the anatomy that places these people unmistakably close to everyone alive today. In physical terms, something extraordinary has emerged, and yet the strange imbalance remains. The human form appears early, but the dramatic burst of visible cultural complexity so often associated with our species does not arrive all at once beside it. This is where the prehistoric time gap becomes more unsettling, because it forces a separation that modern imagination does not find comfortable. We prefer the body and the behavior to arrive together. We expect a human-looking being to leave behind a human-looking world. Instead, the record suggests a long and uneven interval in which modern minds may already exist, but their traces remain sparse, inconsistent, or difficult to recognize. That tension has shaped decades of debate. For a long time, some researchers framed the puzzle in terms of a delayed breakthrough. According to that older view, anatomical modernity appears first, but something essential in cognition, language, symbolism, or social structure does not fully mature until much later. The famous fluorescence of Upper Paleolithic Europe, with its cave paintings, carved figurines, personal ornaments, blade technologies, musical instruments, and carefully constructed symbolic worlds, seemed to offer a plausible threshold. Before it, so the argument went, humans might look modern without yet thinking in a fully modern way. Then, sometime around 50,000 years ago, a mental revolution occurs. Suddenly the species becomes recognizably human in the richer cultural sense. It was a dramatic model, elegant in outline, and for a time it held enormous influence. But reality rarely respects elegant models for long. As more evidence emerges from Africa in particular, that sharp threshold begins to blur. Pieces of the supposedly late package appear much earlier and in places far from Europe. Pigments are collected and processed. Shell beads are pierced and worn. Stone tools are made with methods requiring planning, sequencing, and standardization. Some sites suggest the use of adhesives or compound technologies, where separate materials are combined into more effective tools in certain locations. There are hints of organized space, repeated site use, and practices difficult to explain without social learning of considerable sophistication. None of this produces a clean moment of awakening. Instead, it suggests that the ingredients of later visible complexity may have emerged gradually, irregularly, and in different combinations across different populations. This does not mean the old question disappears. It becomes more difficult, not less. If anatomically modern humans possess many advanced cognitive capacities early on, why is the record still so uneven? Why do behaviors that look symbolically rich or technically elaborate appear, disappear, and reappear? Why are they so localized in some periods? Why does one region preserve ornaments or pigment use while another, apparently inhabited by equally capable humans, leaves little comparable evidence? Scholars still debate the answer, and no single explanation fully accounts for the pattern. The puzzle is not whether these humans are intelligent. That is no longer seriously in doubt. The puzzle is why intelligence does not translate into constant archaeological visibility. Part of the answer may lie in a modern misunderstanding of what intelligence looks like on the ground. The human brain is not a machine built only for making objects that survive. It is a system for social coordination, memory, flexibility, emotional reading, environmental prediction, imitation, storytelling, and problem-solving under pressure. Much of its most important work leaves no durable residue. A group that navigates a changing landscape through shared memory, subtle communication, and detailed ecological knowledge may display capacities every bit as impressive as a group that produces carved images. But only the carvings are likely to endure. Language, especially, may be central here. If early Homo sapiens already possesses forms of speech rich enough to transmit techniques, social rules, and collective memory, then some of the greatest revolutions in human life may occur in sound and gesture rather than in stone. And sound, however transformative, does not fossilize. That possibility gives the gap a haunting quality. It suggests that for tens of thousands of years humanity may already be fully alive in the mental and social sense while remaining materially quiet. Families may teach children not just how to strike stone, but how to read the weather, how to identify distant kin, how to negotiate access to resources, how to avoid conflict, how to remember pathways across seasonal landscapes, how to treat the dead, how to interpret signs in the behavior of animals, and how to carry stories tied to places. None of that requires a permanent monument. None of it guarantees archaeological drama. The brightest parts of human life may therefore begin in forms that vanish as soon as the people themselves are gone. Even so, the visible record does reveal hints that something more than simple subsistence is underway. Ochre is one of the most famous examples. At first glance, it is only a mineral pigment, red or yellow earth gathered from certain deposits, but its significance can be surprisingly difficult to pin down. Ochre can have practical uses, perhaps in hide processing, compound adhesives, or surface treatment. It can also have social or symbolic meaning applied to bodies, objects, or places in ways that mark identity, ritual, or aesthetic choice. In some Middle Stone Age African contexts, pieces of ochre appear worked or scored, suggesting intentional handling beyond accidental collection. The problem is that each fragment is ambiguous. It points toward richer behavior without fully explaining it. Once again, the record offers a door left partly open. Personal ornaments tell a similar story. Perforated shells, for example, are small things. They do not announce themselves with the grandeur of a painted cavern wall, yet they may reveal something fundamental. To wear beads is to make the body carry meaning beyond mere biology. Ornament can signal belonging, age, status, memory, affiliation, mourning, attraction, or obligation. It can transform appearance into communication. When such objects appear in early contexts, they suggest that humans are already thinking socially in layered and abstract ways, but they do not appear everywhere, and they do not remain continuous. The behavior flickers in the record like a lamp seen at a great distance. A lesser known but revealing detail concerns composite technology. Some early tools are not merely shaped stones. They may be parts of larger systems involving shafts, bindings, plant fibers, resins, and carefully prepared adhesives. This is a different level of thought from simply striking a useful edge. It requires planning across materials, an understanding of properties, and perhaps prolonged teaching. If a tool works because several elements have been assembled into a single design, then the final artifact visible to archaeologists may represent only the most durable fraction of a much more elaborate object. The stone survives, the shaft rots, the glue partly disappears, the fibre binding vanishes. Archaeology is then left holding one piece of a machine and asked to judge the intelligence of its maker. The judgment will almost always be too low. Here the distinction between brains and breakthroughs becomes especially misleading. A breakthrough in the archaeological sense is often only the moment when enough durable evidence accumulates for modern observers to notice it. But humans do not live in archaeological categories, they live in practices. A new hunting method, a better childcare pattern, a more efficient way to share risk between families, or a subtle improvement in seasonal planning could transform a population's survival prospects without leaving behind anything dramatic. By contrast, one preserved ornament cache or one painted chamber can dominate our picture of an age. The prehistoric time gap may therefore reflect not the late arrival of sophisticated thought, but the late survival of its material side. Population size may also be crucial. A small, thinly distributed species can be cognitively advanced and still culturally unstable. Innovations are easier to lose when few people carry them. Teaching chains break. Harsh years reduce group numbers. Contacts between distant bands fail. Children grow up without encountering techniques that once existed a few valleys away. In this sense, the problem may not be invention, but retention. A certain symbolic practice or technical improvement may arise repeatedly in scattered populations, only to vanish when social networks contract. The archaeological result is maddening. Modern behavior seems to appear early, but not to stay put. It sparks, fades, then sparks again elsewhere. Scholars still debate how much of this pattern reflects real social discontinuity and how much reflects preservation bias, but both likely matter. There is another trap here, one built into the phrase behavioral modernity. It sounds useful, yet it can impose a false standard, as if humanity must pass an invisible exam before being granted full membership in its own story. The concept once helped organize evidence, but it also encouraged a threshold mentality. Either people have crossed into true modernity, or they have not. Increasingly, many researchers prefer a more gradual and plural picture. Human capacities may have assembled in mosaics, symbolic behavior, long-distance exchange, technological complexity, social stratification, ritualization, and artistic representation need not emerge together or permanently. Different populations may emphasize different traits at different times. There may be no single grand dawn, only many local sunrises. That view fits the record better, but it also makes the mystery more emotionally difficult. A single revolution is easy to narrate. A prolonged and uneven becoming is harder, because it denies the comfort of a dramatic turning point. Instead, it places modern humans in a long middle condition, already gifted with remarkable potential, already capable of more than the sparse record usually shows, yet repeatedly constrained by environment, demography, geography, and chance. The time gap begins to look less like a blank interval before greatness, and more like an age in which greatness is often real but fleeting, local and archaeologically fragile. Imagine a group living near a lake margin in Africa perhaps 150,000 years ago. They gather shellfish in season, process plants, hunt medium-sized game, maintain hearths, repair tools, use pigments for reasons no one can now confirm, and teach children the shape of distant resources and kin ties. Some members adorn themselves, others work adhesives from heated mixtures whose recipes are learned through practice. They speak in a language now lost beyond recovery. They mourn their dead in ways the soil will not preserve. They know the moods of weather and the habits of animals. If their camp is lightly built and revisited only occasionally, almost all of that world disappears unless chance intervenes. The site may leave a few flakes, burnt patches, faunal remains, and traces so ambiguous that later scholars hesitate to build too much upon them. Yet the people themselves are not halfway human. They are simply hard to see. This is why the gap unsettles so many simple stories. It refuses both extremes. It does not support the idea that early Homo sapiens spends vast ages in dull stagnation, awaiting a sudden miracle. Nor does it allow the easy claim that everything about later human cultural life is fully visible from the moment our anatomy appears. The truth lies somewhere between those poles, and it is more complicated than either. Brains come before the obvious breakthroughs, or rather before the breakthroughs become obvious to us. Minds like ours may inhabit the Earth for a very long time before the record grows loud enough for later observers to recognize their depth. By the end of this phase, one conclusion grows difficult to avoid. The prehistoric time gap is not primarily evidence of absence in the human mind. It is evidence of mismatch between what minds can do and what deep time lets them keep. Anatomically, modern humans step into the world carrying forms of thought, memory, and social intelligence that may already be extraordinary. But the archive that might prove it is thin, partial, and unevenly preserved. We are left watching intelligence move behind a veil, catching only brief flashes when pigment stains, shell beads, worked adhesives, or patterned tools survive long enough to hint at the richness around them. The body has arrived, the mind may already be far along. What is missing is not humanity itself, but a durable record equal to its early depth. The archaeological record is often imagined as a vault sealed, waiting, and dependable, as though the human past lies preserved beneath the ground until someone uncovers it. In reality, it is far closer to a ruin of a ruin, a damaged residue that has already survived countless rounds of destruction before archaeology ever begins. By the time a stone tool, a hearth stain, a shell bead, or a human bone is found, it has already endured weather, chemical change, scavengers, root action, sediment pressure, flooding, drying, freezing, collapse, burial, exposure, and sometimes the trampling passage of many other ages laid over it. Most traces do not survive that ordeal. Most never had a chance. And once that is understood, the prehistoric time gap begins to change shape again. It becomes not only a mystery about human behavior, but a mystery produced by the violent selectiveness of preservation itself. This is one of the hardest ideas to feel properly because modern life constantly generates archives. We leave documents, images, buildings, roads, plastics, metals, waste layers, and digital traces in such abundance that disappearance seems almost unnatural. Prehistoric people live in the opposite condition. Their technologies often depend on wood, leather, sinew, plant fiber, bark, resin, feathers, and woven materials. Their shelters may be temporary. Their tools are repaired, reused, and carried away. Their firewood burns to ash that disperses or is reworked by soil processes. Their camps may sit on surfaces later exposed to wind erosion or seasonal flooding, if a group lives by a riverbank that later migrates. The site may be cut away grain by grain. If they camp on an open plain, the record may be scattered so thinly that nothing recognizably human remains. Preservation is not the norm. Oblivion is. Even fossil bone, which seems durable, is a poor survivor. It can be dissolved by acidic soils, cracked by heat, broken by pressure, gnawed by animals, shifted by water, or destroyed by later geology. Human remains are especially vulnerable when populations are small and burial practices do not consistently concentrate bones in protected places. A person who dies on open ground may leave nothing detectable after a short interval, much less after 100,000 years. A burial without stone lining or unusual chemistry may vanish almost completely. The emotional weight of that fact is easy to overlook. Whole generations can pass through a landscape and leave less than a single flood event leaves in sediment. Stone survives better, which is one reason stone tools dominate early prehistory so strongly. But that creates its own distortion. A world built partly from perishable materials becomes visible chiefly through its chipped lithics. Archaeologists become extraordinarily skilled at reading those fragments, and rightly so. A flake scar, a prepared core, a retouched edge, or a transport pattern of raw material can reveal planning, mobility, technological tradition, and skill. Yet stone is still only one surviving layer of a much broader human system. The record leans toward what can outlast decay, not toward what once mattered most in daily life. This means prehistoric humanity is often reconstructed through its hardest leftovers, while the softer half of existence disappears almost entirely. Consider how much may be missing from even a single toolkit. A stone point might once have been mounted on a wooden shaft, attached with resin, bound with plant fiber, carried in a leather wrapping, and used within a hunting strategy that depended on coordinated movement, verbal signaling, and detailed ecological knowledge. The point survives. Almost everything else is gone. A scraper may once be part of a hide-working tradition involving clothing, containers, sleeping gear, water transport, infant care equipment, and shelter covering. The Stone Age remains, but the practical world it served has dissolved. The same is true of ornaments, pigments, and worked bone. We often encounter them as isolated items when they originally belonged to larger systems of meaning and use. The archive is patchy for geographical reasons as well. Some environments preserve exceptionally well under rare conditions. Dry caves can protect organic material. Waterlogged sediments conceal objects from oxygen. Volcanic ash can freeze moments in time, though often after disaster. Frozen ground can preserve tissues and artifacts in astonishing detail. But such conditions are unusual, and they are not distributed evenly across the ancient world. Vast tropical regions, exposed plains, shifting river corridors, and open coasts are much less forgiving. This means the global picture of prehistory is built from preservation hotspots, separated by enormous areas where survival of evidence is far poorer. The result is a map of knowledge heavily weighted toward the luckiest places, not necessarily the most important ones. A lesser-known but crucial issue is time averaging. Many prehistoric sites do not preserve a single moment. They accumulate traces across repeated occupations, sometimes separated by years, centuries, or longer. Sediments mix. Burrowing animals disturb layers. Later visitors reuse older surfaces. What appears to be one coherent living floor may actually compress multiple episodes into a single archaeological horizon. The reverse can also happen. One occupation can be spread and fragmented so badly that it appears as scattered, unrelated evidence. This complicates everything. It becomes difficult to know whether a site represents a dense social world over a short period or a thin residue of many brief returns. The archaeological record is not just incomplete, it is often temporally blurred. Then there is the problem of visibility itself. Many ancient sites remain undiscovered not because they are inaccessible in a dramatic sense, but because they are visually subtle. A shallow camp with few stone tools and no preserved bone may be almost impossible to detect from the surface. It may lie under farmland, beneath dunes, below urban development, or buried deep in alluvium. Some regions are scarcely surveyed compared with others. Political instability, vegetation cover, remoteness, funding limitations, and research traditions all shape what is known. When people imagine the prehistoric record as the sum of what exists, they miss an uncomfortable truth. It is also the sum of where archaeologists have been able to look, what methods they use, and what kinds of traces those methods can actually detect. Sea level rise is perhaps the most dramatic example of this selective erasure. During glacial periods, when large volumes of water are locked in ice sheets, sea levels drop significantly. This exposes coastal shelves, estuaries, lagoons, and plains that may be rich in life and attractive to human groups. When the climate warms and the ice melts, those landscapes drown. Shorelines retreat, sometimes by vast distances. Camps, middens, pathways, wetlands, shellfish grounds, and river mouths disappear beneath later seas. For populations making use of coasts, the loss is immense. A major portion of their world becomes archaeologically inaccessible. Modern underwater archaeology has begun to explore some of these drowned landscapes, but only in small and difficult ways. The likely scale of what has been lost far exceeds what has been recovered. This is especially important because coasts can produce exactly the kinds of conditions that encourage innovation and social density. They offer diverse food webs, predictable resources in some seasons, opportunities for exchange, and routes of travel that connect distant zones. If early humans increasingly use such environments, then the brightest parts of their world may be the least recoverable today. The prehistoric time gap may therefore be amplified by a cruel bias. Some of the places where human behavior became most interesting are among the places least likely to remain on land. Even on land, later landscapes can erase earlier ones almost beyond recognition. Rivers wander and cut through old terraces. Desert dunes bury surfaces deep below new ground. Forest growth and soil development obscure former camps. Tectonic activity uplifts or fractures terrain. Volcanic eruptions destroy or seal regions. Glaciers grind away entire sediments. The Ice Age world in particular is geologically restless. Large parts of northern latitudes have been repeatedly transformed by advancing and retreating ice. Meltwater torrents, frost action, and erosion. Any human record in such regions faces a hostile afterlife. A thin archaeological horizon can be crushed, scattered, or removed before anyone knows it existed. This means absence must always be handled with care. If a region yields little evidence from a certain period, it does not automatically mean humans were not there, or were behaviorally limited, or lived without rich social lives. It may simply mean the record failed to survive or has not yet been found. Scholars still debate the balance between real historical patterns and preservation bias in many cases, but no serious reading of prehistory can ignore how enormous that bias may be. The archive does not neutrally record the past. It selects against fragility, against light occupation, against coasts, against warm and wet environments, against perishable technologies, and against small populations. In other words, it selects against much of what makes early human life interesting. There is also an irony at the heart of the problem. The more successful a foraging population is at mobility, risk management, and efficient use of local materials, the less likely it may be to leave dense material concentrations. A well-adapted group that travels light, wastes little, recycles tools, and shifts camp strategically can survive beautifully while appearing faint to archaeology. By contrast, concentrated debris often comes from repeated occupation, localized resource use, or environmental conditions that trap refuse. Archaeological abundance is not a simple measure of intelligence or success. Sometimes it's a measure of how circumstances happen to preserve the leftovers. One can imagine an ancient shoreline camp where people process shellfish, mend composite hunting gear, weave plant fibers, share stories, tend fires, mark bodies with pigment, and teach children the rhythm of tides and migrating animals. The camp is used for a few weeks each year over generations. Then the sea rises. Storms rework the sediments. Marine organisms bore into organic remains. Wave action scatters lighter materials. Millennia pass. What survives may be a few displaced stones, shells in uncertain context, and perhaps nothing clearly human at all. An entire cultural world can vanish below the threshold of recognition. The time gap, seen from that perspective, is filled not with emptiness but with erased coastlines, destroyed camps, dissolved bones, and technologies made from things too mortal to last. Yet preservation bias cannot explain everything by itself. That is what keeps the mystery alive. Even allowing for immense loss, some changes in the record do seem meaningful. Certain symbolic expressions become more frequent later. Certain technologies spread more widely or persist more reliably. Social networks may grow denser. Population sizes may increase in some regions. The archive is damaged, but it is not pure illusion. The challenge is to avoid mistaking a damaged record for a simple one. What survives is enough to show gradual accumulation, uneven experimentation, and major transformations, but not enough to reveal them in full continuity. So the patchy archive is not merely a technical obstacle. It is part of the story's emotional architecture. Every stone flake, pigment fragment, shell bead, and broken bone has already won a kind of lottery of survival. Behind each artifact stand hundreds or thousands of acts that left no trace at all. Meals, songs, grief, teaching, gestures of care, rivalries, decisions to move camp, warnings passed from elder to child, names for rivers and hills, and explanations of the stars all disappear unless somehow anchored to something durable. Most were not. The prehistoric time gap therefore widens in direct proportion to our understanding of how much has been lost. The more clearly preservation is understood, the more obvious it becomes that the silence is not natural, it has been produced. And that changes the tone of the mystery. Instead of asking only why the record is thin, it becomes necessary to ask what kinds of human worlds would look thin even when they were rich in knowledge and meaning. Once that question is allowed, the gap begins to fill with a different kind of presence. Not monuments, not continuous sequences of dramatic finds, but innumerable lives lived in materials and settings that time was almost designed to erase. The archive is patchy because survival is patchy. Humanity may have been far more visible to itself than it is to us. For most of human existence, survival depends not on building permanence but on moving through the world with just enough weight to endure it. This is one of the hardest realities for the modern imagination to hold on to. We're used to seeing achievement in what remains: fixed houses, walls, roads, graves, monuments, storage pits, carved stone, formal fields, ruins visible from the air. But prehistoric life for immense stretches of time is built on a different logic. Camps are temporary. Materials are perishable. Possessions are limited by what can be carried, repaired, shared, or replaced. Success lies not in accumulating heavy traces, but in knowing how to live so lightly and so intelligently within a landscape that very little must be left behind. The result is a profound paradox. The more skillfully people adapt to a mobile life, the less visible that life may become to later archaeology. This matters because the prehistoric time gap begins to look different once the scale of ordinary human life is taken seriously. A large part of the mystery may lie not in vanished civilizations or singular catastrophes, but in the simple daily fact that early people often live in small groups whose most important activities leave faint material signatures. They wake, feed fires, check weather, watch children, repair bindings, process food, look for game, gather plants, move camp, revisit old routes, exchange knowledge, and sleep. They do this under conditions that demand acute observation and social precision. Every season changes what matters. Every decision carries risk. Water may lie a day away. Herds may not return where expected. A child may fall ill. A broken point may mean hunger if no replacement stone is nearby. These are not simple lives in any mental sense. They are lives narrowed by necessity and sharpened by attention. Yet most of what makes them impressive disappears almost completely when the people are gone. The scale of these communities is important. Many prehistoric groups are probably small, mobile bands or clusters of related households, though the exact form varies across time and place. Their strength lies partly in flexibility. Large permanent settlements can store labour and resources, but they are also vulnerable to local failure. Small groups can split, merge, shift direction, and disperse when the environment demands it. They can use broad territories rather than overloading one place. They can follow seasonal abundance rather than waiting for it. That mobility is not randomness. It depends on detailed memory, planning, and social agreement. People must know where resources tend to appear, when they are reliable, who else uses them, what dangers stand in between, and how to maintain enough cooperation to keep the group alive. The evidence remains incomplete, but what survives in the record suggests lives organized by expertise that is deeply practical and rarely durable. The everyday toolkit of such people is also easy to underestimate because the archaeological version is so reduced. A handful of stone flakes found at a site may once belong to a much larger world of containers, cords, nets, digging sticks, spears, carrying slings, wrapped food, simple bedding, hide-working tools, wooden frames, baby gear, and fuel-gathering equipment. Some of these items would be made fresh at each stop. Others would be repaired constantly. Some would be abandoned only when exhausted beyond use. Nothing about this suggests poverty of thought. It suggests a material economy tuned to movement, scarcity, and the perishability of the world itself. An object does not have to last centuries to be well designed. It only has to work when needed, with materials at hand. In a system, people know how to reproduce. This is why ordinary life deserves more weight in the story of the time gap. Archaeology naturally gravitates toward exceptional fine skulls, ornaments, pigments, remarkable tools, rare burials, unusual art, but the bulk of prehistoric life is probably composed of repetition, maintenance, teaching, and adjustment. Fires are tended not once but every day. Meat is dried, cut, roasted, or shared. Plant foods are cleaned, pounded, soaked, or cooked. Children are watched while adults work, and older children begin learning before anyone would call it formal instruction. Injuries are managed, routes are remembered, quarrels are settled or endured, camps are cleaned, or not, depending on how soon the group expects to move. One of the least visible but most consequential human abilities may be the ability to coordinate all this in small groups without writing, storage economies, or institutional hierarchy. That capacity could already be highly developed long before it becomes obvious in the material record. A lesser-known detail, but a revealing one, is how much prehistoric life may depend on organic technologies that vanish almost without exception. Ethnographic examples from more recent hunter-gatherers, used carefully and not as direct copies of the past, show how central baskets, nets, bags, mats, wooden implements, fibre cords, carrying devices, and skin containers can be. These objects organize life. They allow food transport, infant care, water storage, plant gathering, trapping, tool hafting, and sheltering from cold or damp. Yet in deep prehistory, unless they are preserved in rare conditions, they leave almost nothing. A site without preserved organics can therefore look stark and minimal even if the people who occupied it were surrounded by sophisticated crafted equipment. The silence of perishable technology is one of the greatest distortions in the ancient record. The same is true of knowledge tied to the body. Tracking skill does not fossilize, nor does the ability to recognize edible plants in poor seasons. Read the recent passage of animals, infer weather from cloud form and wind direction, locate stone sources from memory, or sense when a place is safe to sleep. These are not decorative accomplishments. They are life-preserving systems of attention. A child raised within them would be learning constantly. The world itself would function as both map and archive. Hills, animal trails, water edges, sheltering trees, dangerous ravines, and distant raw material outcrops would be stored in collective memory and renewed through use. In such a society, intelligence is distributed through movement and practice. The archive lives in people more than in places. That may help explain why the material record often feels too thin for the humans who made it. Much of their complexity may be embedded in behavior that is only weakly materialized. A long conversation deciding whether to move camp leaves no trace. A gesture teaching a child how to strike a core at the right angle vanishes immediately unless the stone itself is preserved. A warning about a rival group, a remembered spring beyond a ridge, or a myth tied to a migration route may guide survival for generations and still leave no direct evidence. Scholars still debate how far such social and symbolic systems extend in different phases of prehistory, but no single explanation fully accounts for the gap unless this vanished behavioral richness is given its due. Mobility also shapes what gets left behind in subtler ways. People who expect to return to a location may curate it differently from those leaving it forever. A repeatedly used shelter may accumulate ash, faunal debris, broken tools, and prepared surfaces. A brief stop may leave only a few flakes and charred fragments. Camps near abundant raw materials may generate dense napping waste. Camps in stone-poor regions may show far more careful reuse and less discard. Resource stress may force people to carry even worn tools onward. Favourable seasons may produce more concentrated occupation, lean times, more dispersed traces. The archaeological signal of a community therefore depends not just on who they are, but on what that place is for. A society can appear rich in one context and nearly invisible in another. There is also the question of emotion, which archaeology touches only rarely and indirectly. Mobile lives are not only logistical, they are intimate. A small group moving through an exposed landscape would know one another with a degree of immediacy difficult to recover from objects alone. A person's value might lie in memory, skill, kinship ties, healing knowledge, humour, judgment in danger, or generosity in sharing. Old injuries, births, pair bonds, rivalries, bereavements, and alliances would shape camp life as deeply as food or weather. Some prehistoric burials and cases of survival with severe injury hint that care for vulnerable individuals can be substantial, but the record is far too sparse to map this fully. Still, what survives in the record suggests that ordinary social bonds may be as ancient and consequential as anything later called civilization. This makes the time gap harder to treat as a delay in development. It may be more accurate to see it as an era in which humanity is already deeply human, at the scale that matters most to lived experience kinship, memory, learning, adaptation, cooperation, and small group survival. What is missing is not necessarily capacity, but durable amplification. Without large populations, dense exchange systems, repeated symbolic standardization, or preserved materials, much of this human richness remains local and fragile. A group may be brilliant in its understanding of one landscape and leave almost nothing that another group, far away and much later, could inherit materially. In that sense, ordinary life does not simply vanish into the gap. It creates the gap by being too flexible, too local, and too perishable to accumulate into a loud archaeological record. One can imagine a camp at the edge of a seasonal wetland perhaps 100,000 years ago. The adults return to a familiar place after rains. The children know part of the route already. Firewood is gathered before dark, stone is checked for repair, but only a few pieces are discarded because good raw material lies far off. Bundles of reeds are cut for bedding or basketry. A digging stick, shaped from wood and hardened by fire, is more useful than any stone artifact found there later, yet it will not survive. Someone carries pigment for reasons practical, social, or both. Someone else knows where birds nest in the reeds when the season turns. Food is shared with rules the excavated earth will never reveal. Stories are told. The camp lasts days or weeks and then dissolves. Wind, water, roots, and time do the rest. Thousands of years later, perhaps only a few flakes, a patch of ash, and some fractured bone remain. An archaeologist finds them and knows people were here. But how much of their world is truly visible? Very little. This is why small-scale life matters so much. It is not background to the main story. It is the main story for most of prehistory, before fields, temples, walls, and writing. Humanity survives through highly skilled ordinary existence. That existence may be precisely what the archaeological record is worst at preserving. The prehistoric time gap, then, is partly a failure of scale between the lives people actually lived and the kinds of evidence later ages find easiest to recognize. We search for grand signals. Prehistory often offers scattered traces of competence, movement, care, and adaptation that were never meant to endure. And yet there is something almost beautiful in that elusiveness. It reminds us that lasting impact is not the only measure of significance. Whole populations may have passed through the world leaving no monuments because monuments were useless to them. Their achievement lay elsewhere, in staying alive under unstable skies, in reading land without maps, in teaching children everything they needed before nightfall, in carrying memory without writing, and in making a portable world out of fragile materials and trusted people. The silence around such lives is real, but it is not proof of emptiness. It is the shadow cast by a form of humanity too light on the earth for deep time to hold securely. The world that shapes early humanity is never still for long. Even when a valley seems generous, even when lakes fill and grasslands spread and herds return in season, the stability is often temporary, beneath the scale of individual lives, beyond the memory of any one generation. Climate keeps changing the terms of survival. Rain belts shift, cold surges descend, drought tightens slowly over centuries or arrives in harsher pulses, shorelines move, rivers fail or cut new channels. Deserts advance and then, under altered conditions, retreat again. This is not merely scenery around the human story, it is one of the main forces making the prehistoric time gap so difficult to interpret. A species trying to grow, connect, remember, and innovate across the late Middle Pleistocene and the Ice Age is doing so inside one of the most unstable environmental chapters of recent Earth history. It is easy to say that ancient climates changed and leave the statement there, as though variation were simply a background inconvenience. But the scale matters. During the last few 100,000 years, The planet swings repeatedly between colder glacial phases and warmer interglacials, with many abrupt fluctuations layered inside them. In some regions, these changes radically alter vegetation, animal distributions, water availability, and the very accessibility of whole migration corridors. A place that supports wetlands, fish, water birds, and grazing game in one period may become harsh, fragmented, or nearly uninhabitable in another. Landscapes that later appear fixed on maps are, in prehistory, temporary arrangements. Human groups are not moving across a stage set. They are moving across a machine that keeps rearranging itself. Africa, where Homo sapiens first emerges, is especially important here because its climates do not simply move in lockstep with the high-latitude ice sheets farther north. The continent contains multiple climate systems interacting across enormous space. Monsoons strengthen and weaken. The Sahara expands and contracts. East African lake basins rise and fall dramatically. Southern Africa experiences its own pulses of aridity and ecological turnover. Forest and savanna boundaries shift. What survives in the records suggests that early human populations often live in mosaics of fragmented habitats rather than in one stable ecological home. Some scholars argue that this repeated habitat instability may itself help drive human flexibility by rewarding behavioral adaptability over narrow specialization. The evidence remains incomplete, but the broad pattern is difficult to miss. Instability is not an interruption of the story. It may be one of the reasons the story takes the form it does, yet instability has costs. A population can adapt brilliantly and still be broken by repeated shocks. Social networks that maintain the flow of mates, information, and techniques can thin when drought or cold fragments habitable territory. Groups once connected by seasonal travel may become isolated for generations. Useful knowledge can be lost when people are forced into survival mode, or when the communities carrying a skill contract too sharply. A migration route that once linked distant groups may close. Raw material access may change. A coastline rich in food may drown or become storm-lashed and unpredictable. In such conditions, continuity becomes hard to maintain. The archaeological record then reflects not only what humans know, but how often their worlds are interrupted before knowledge can spread widely or endure. This is one reason the prehistoric time gap may contain so many broken beginnings. A tool tradition appears in one area and later fades. Pigment use is visible at a site and then becomes hard to trace. Long-distance raw material movement emerges but does not obviously persist. It is tempting to ask why people stop doing these things, but climate offers one sobering answer. They may not stop by choice. The social and ecological conditions that make a practice viable may collapse. A carefully maintained exchange relationship can disappear if one valley dries or one pass becomes impassable. A local population using a distinctive method can vanish or scatter. Innovations do not float freely above the world. They're anchored to communities, landscapes, and seasons, all of which can be torn apart. A lesser-known but powerful example of climate's influence comes from so-called green Sahara phases. At various points in the past, regions now dominated by hyper-arid desert are far wetter, containing lakes, rivers, grasslands, and animal life capable of supporting human occupation and movement. During such phases, Northern Africa is not simply a barrier between sub-Saharan populations and the Mediterranean world. It can become a corridor. Then the rains weaken, waters retreat, and the same broad zone hardens into an obstacle. The opening and closing of these habitable windows may help explain some otherwise puzzling movements and separations. populations expand into newly viable territory, interact, perhaps exchange genes and ideas, then are split apart again when the climate shifts. The archaeological result is often discontinuity signs of presence, without a simple continuous chain. This pattern extends beyond Africa. In Southwest Asia, climatic oscillations shape when routes out of Africa are more or less viable. In Eurasia, colder phases transform vegetation belts, alter prey distributions, and make entire regions far more difficult to occupy. In Europe and Northern Asia, even areas beyond the ice margins are influenced by cold, dryness, and ecological volatility. In South Asia and Southeast Asia, monsoon dynamics and changing coastlines transform opportunities differently again. Human populations expanding through these worlds are therefore not moving along stable frontiers. They are navigating openings that may close within time spans meaningful to oral memory, or at least to multi-generational knowledge. The Ice Age is especially deceptive in modern imagination because it sounds static, as though a cold world simply remains cold. In reality, it is a highly variable system, with abrupt warmings and coolings, regional shifts in rainfall, and profound ecological consequences. Some transitions are relatively gradual in human terms, others are sharp enough to matter within a small number of generations. Scholars still debate the exact human consequences of particular events, but no single explanation fully accounts for the prehistoric record without considering that many communities live under repeated environmental uncertainty. A people can become masters of one world only to find their children inheriting another. That repeated change may also shape human psychology and social structure in ways archaeology only dimly detects. In unstable climates, memory becomes more complicated. It is no longer enough to know where water or game usually lies. People must also know when usual can no longer be trusted. They must watch for thresholds the season when the lake fails. The year birds do not return. The shift in herd routes, the unexpected frost, the delayed rains. Flexibility becomes cultural, not just practical. Cooperation may have to widen when risk grows, or narrow when competition intensifies. Social rules may evolve partly to manage unpredictability. A world of climate instability rewards people who can update, communicate, and improvise. It also punishes populations too small or isolated to absorb repeated shocks. Fire, too, belongs to this story in complex ways. Humans use fire as warmth, protection, cooking technology, and social focus. But ancient fire regimes also change with climate. Wetter periods alter vegetation and fuel loads. Drier periods can increase the frequency and intensity of burning in some settings, while reducing biomass in others. Human use of landscape fire may at times help shape local ecologies, though the extent of this in early prehistory remains debated. What matters here is that climate affects not only broad migration routes, but the everyday texture of camp life: what burns, what grows, what animals can be hunted, how visible people are in open terrain, and how securely a place can support return. A hearth stain in the ground, one of the quietest human traces, is therefore also a climatic artifact. One of the most consequential effects of repeated environmental change is demographic thinning. When resources shrink or fragment, populations do not merely move like pieces across a board, they can contract sharply. Local groups may fail altogether. Fertility, child survival, and the ability to maintain alliances all become more fragile. This matters because small populations are culturally vulnerable even when cognitively sophisticated. They may preserve only a fraction of previously shared knowledge. A difficult period can reduce not just numbers, but complexity of transmission. In that sense, climate may widen the prehistoric time gap by repeatedly stripping the social scaffolding required for innovations to accumulate. Humanity may have had the capacity for many advances long before those advances become common, but the planet keeps interrupting the conditions under which they might stabilize. Rising and falling sea levels are another part of climate's restless grip, and their effects extend far beyond drowned coastlines. As ice grows, shorelines move outward, exposing plains and new coastal habitats, but also shifting river mouths and marine productivity. As ice melts, these gains are reversed. Human groups depending on littoral zones must relocate again and again. Estuaries disappear. Former camps are abandoned or erased. Interior regions may become more or less attractive in response. What looks like cultural movement may sometimes be ecological compulsion. The geography of opportunity itself is mobile. This helps explain why the record can feel so discontinuous even when humanity itself is persistently active. Climate does not need to exterminate everyone to damage continuity. It only needs to rearrange space, seasonality, and reliability often enough that social worlds keep being rebuilt. Imagine a set of neighboring groups linked by exchange and marriage across a chain of wetlands and open corridors. A long drying trend begins. One wetland contracts, another becomes saline. Herds alter their timing. Travel grows riskier. One group moves east, another splits. A third disappears into a region where preservation is poor. A symbolic practice once shared across the network becomes locally maintained in only one refuge. Thousands of years later, the archaeological record captures a few sites in that refuge, and almost nothing from the vanished chain. It appears as though complexity suddenly blooms there, when in reality it may be the surviving remnant of a broader world climate helped destroy. There is also a subtler effect. Harsh and unpredictable environments may favour pragmatic priorities over material display. If a population is frequently on the move, managing risk, and forced to maintain broad dietary flexibility, it may invest its ingenuity in resilience rather than in durable symbolic elaboration that archaeologists can easily detect. This does not mean symbolism disappears. It means its material footprint may shrink, become more portable, or rely on perishable media. Body painting, language, song, temporary markings, and ritual behaviours tied to place can all remain socially vital while leaving little trace. Climate, by increasing mobility and uncertainty, may therefore push some forms of meaning further into the invisible domain. Yet climate is not only destructive, it can also create moments of abundance, connection, and opportunity. Wet phases open corridors. Rich coastlines support denser populations. Productive ecotones encourage repeated settlement and perhaps more stable social transmission. Some innovations may spread precisely because a favourable interval allows enough contact, enough surplus, and enough predictability for knowledge to travel farther than before. This is one reason the record sometimes seems to brighten in pulses. Human capacities may be long established, but only certain climatic windows allow them to become archaeologically conspicuous on a broader scale. That tension lies at the centre of the mystery. Climate can both foster and erase visibility. It can create the very opportunities through which populations grow more connected and inventive, then remove those opportunities before they consolidate. Scholars still debate the relative importance of particular climatic events, and caution is necessary because human beings are never passive puppets of weather. They respond creatively, socially, and technologically. But no account of the prehistoric time gap can ignore how often the ground beneath human possibility keeps shifting. The record is not merely sparse because people are few or because archaeologists are unlucky. It is sparse because humanity is trying to build continuity in a world that repeatedly breaks it. Seen this way, the gap fills with weather, but not in the gentle sense. It fills with years of failed rains, sudden greenings, advancing cold, moving shorelines, drying lakes, flooded plains, and corridors that exist only for a time. Every human trace sits inside this instability. Every camp, migration, technological tradition, and social network is exposed to it. The silence between the surviving fragments may therefore be partly the sound of climate repeatedly unmaking what people had only just begun to hold together. Far from being a passive backdrop, the restless planet is one of the great hidden editors of human history. Sometimes the most important thing a species leaves behind is not a monument or a masterpiece, but a gap where a population used to be. Human prehistory is full of such absences. Though they are rarely obvious at first glance, a lineage appears in one region, then is gone. A migration seems to begin, yet leaves only faint descendants or none at all. A technological habit flickers into view and then falls silent. A genetic signal survives in later people as a whisper of contact with groups whose bodies and camps have almost entirely vanished. Once these patterns are assembled, the prehistoric time gap begins to look less like one long stretch of inactivity and more like a landscape of repeated demographic damage. Populations thin, fragment, disappear, and sometimes recover. Humanity advances, but not cleanly. It keeps losing pieces of itself. This possibility changes the emotional tone of the story. It suggests that the deep past is not only obscure because evidence decays, but because many of the communities who carried early human experiments never survive long enough to establish lasting traditions. Their skills, beliefs, and local adaptations may have been real, subtle, and highly effective for a time. But small populations are vulnerable in ways later civilizations often forget. A few harsh seasons, a disease event, a failed migration, a break in mating networks, a territorial conflict, or a climate shift can push a community below the threshold from which it can recover. In archaeological terms, such collapses can be almost invisible. In human terms, they are catastrophes. The word bottleneck is often used for these episodes, and in genetics it has a specific meaning, a sharp reduction in population size that limits diversity and amplifies the role of chance in what survives. For prehistoric humanity, bottlenecks matter because they compress the future. A larger population can sustain more variation, more teaching chains, more experimentation, and more redundancy if part of the network fails. A smaller one cannot. If only a few scattered groups remain in a harsh period, then enormous portions of previous knowledge may be lost simply because too few people survived to carry it. Scholars still debate the scale and timing of various demographic bottlenecks in human history, and the evidence remains incomplete. But few doubt that repeated contractions play a major role. The human story is not just about inventions appearing. It is about whether there are enough people connected across enough space for those inventions to endure. This is where the gap becomes especially unsettling. Modern humans are often imagined as a steadily rising line, expanding from Africa and gradually becoming more numerous, more capable, and more visible. The reality may be far more precarious. There may have been times when Homo sapiens, despite already possessing many of the traits later associated with success, survives in surprisingly low numbers. Genetic evidence has long hinted at reduced effective population sizes in deep prehistory. Though translating those signals into exact counts is difficult and often misunderstood, effective population size is not the same as a census count of living individuals. It reflects the breeding population contributing genes across generations, and it can be much smaller than the total number alive. Even so, the picture it suggests is not one of abundance. For long intervals, the human population may have been thinly spread, fragile, and exposed to sudden loss. A lesser-known but revealing point is that demographic collapse does not need to be global to matter enormously. A local disappearance can erase an entire cultural trajectory. Imagine one region where people begin to intensify coastal foraging, develop stronger ornament traditions, or refine compound tools in distinctive ways. If that population later fails, or is absorbed into others without maintaining those traditions, the innovation can vanish from view. Another group elsewhere may later arrive at similar solutions independently, giving the illusion of a delayed first appearance when in fact earlier versions existed and were lost. The archaeological record is therefore biased not only toward what preserves, but toward what successfully reproduces across generations. Knowledge that dies with its carriers leaves little more than isolated hints. Failed migrations belong to the same pattern. The early movement of Homo sapiens beyond Africa likely includes more than one attempt, and not all of them leave large, lasting legacies. Some populations reach new regions during favourable climatic windows, survive there for a period, and then disappear or retreat when conditions worsen. Others may mix with local archaic humans and leave traces that are difficult to separate later. A migration can be real, consequential, and still fail in the long run. This is one of the most important correctives to the idea of a triumphant outward march. Prehistory is full of partial successes. Humans test frontiers that do not hold. The same is true within Africa itself. Population structure there is likely complex from an early period, with groups sometimes connected, sometimes isolated by changing habitats. Some lineages may contribute strongly to later populations. Others may fade, leaving only deep ancestry signals or none at all. This means that the emergence of modern humans is not simply the growth of one successful branch, but the sorting, merging, and disappearance of many branches. Some of the people most important to the formation of our species may have no direct cultural record left. Some may survive only in fragments of anatomy or diluted genetic heritage. Others may be gone entirely, except for the ecological or demographic pressures they once exerted on neighbouring groups. There is also a brutal cultural consequence to low population density. Innovation becomes expensive. A new technique is not enough by itself. It must be taught, copied accurately enough to remain useful, embedded in routine, and passed onward again, in a sparse world where groups meet infrequently and children may grow up in communities with limited specialist diversity. That chain is easy to break. An efficient tool form, a better adhesive recipe, a symbolic tradition, a ritual structure, or a specialized hunting method may emerge and then disappear, not because it is unimportant, but because there are not enough linked communities to keep it alive. In this sense, the prehistoric time gap may record repeated cultural mortality. The species is capable of much more than it can consistently retain. This helps explain one of the strangest qualities of early evidence, the way some advances seem to appear in scattered form, long before they become common or stable. It may not be that humans are waiting for the capacity to invent. They may be inventing repeatedly. The problem is survivability, both biological and cultural. A fragile demographic base cannot support a cumulative world for long. Every contraction threatens to reset the local archive of skill. Every vanished band may take with it a dialect, a map of the land, a body of ecological knowledge, and a set of social rules never replicated elsewhere. We tend to imagine extinction only at the species level, but prehistory is full of smaller extinctions that are almost as consequential. Ways of being human die constantly. Other humans are caught in this pattern as well. Neanderthals, Denisovans, and now lost archaic populations do not stand outside the problem. They too experience contractions, fragmentation, and eventual disappearance. The overlap between Homo sapiens and these groups likely unfolds against a backdrop of shifting habitats and vulnerable demographics. Interbreeding, competition, parallel adaptation, and differential survival all occur in populations that are often small by later standards. The fate of one group can alter the space available to another. A vanished archaic population may open territory, remove a rival, or erase a source of knowledge and contact. Conversely, the persistence of established human relatives in a region may limit or redirect incoming Homo sapiens populations. The prehistoric time gap is therefore not just about one species struggling to become visible. It is about multiple human populations rising and falling around one another, leaving a broken record of overlap. There is an uncomfortable implication here. Much of what we think of as inevitable in human history may only look inevitable because the losers are mostly gone. Later success tends to make earlier fragility hard to imagine. Once Homo sapiens becomes widespread and eventually dominant, it is tempting to read that outcome backward, as though the path were always opening toward us. But the deep past offers little support for such confidence. There may have been many moments when our species could have remained local, been fractured more severely, or lost major branches of possibility. Some researchers have even entertained the idea that climatic or ecological stresses at certain points bring human populations astonishingly low. Though exact reconstructions remain controversial, what is certain is the principle survival in prehistory is contingent, not guaranteed. A single valley can hold this truth in miniature. A group lives there for generations, building routines around game movement, water access, and seasonal plants. Children learn the place intimately. Bonds and obligations tie them to neighboring groups. Then conditions deteriorate. The wet season shortens. Herds no longer pass as before. A rival group contests access. An epidemic, perhaps impossible ever to trace, reduces elders and children alike. Some families leave, others remain too long. The group fragments. A few survivors marry into another band far away. Their descendants carry fragments of language, memory, and perhaps some techniques. But the cultural coherence of the valley people is gone. Archaeologically, maybe a cluster of tools remains. Genetically, perhaps almost nothing. Historically, an entire human world has just ended. This possibility fills the gap with ghosts of failed futures. Some early populations may have stood on the edge of developments that never stabilized stronger symbolism. Broader exchange, denser cooperation, marine specialization, more regular long-distance movement, or forms of knowledge transmission later lost. Because these populations disappear, their advances never become the ancestors of more visible traditions. We see a later flourishing and call it the beginning, when sometimes it may be a beginning after earlier beginnings have been erased. No single explanation fully accounts for this pattern. But demographic instability is one of the strongest candidates for why the human story can look both precocious and delayed at once. There is also a moral weight to this view. It reminds us that human history is not only the story of what led to us, it is the story of lives that did not. Whole populations may have loved, taught, adapted, and struggled brilliantly, only to leave no continuing line obvious to the future. The fact that they failed to persist does not make them preliminary. It makes them vulnerable. Prehistory, in this sense, is crowded not just with ancestors, but with lost contemporaries of our own becoming. By now, the prehistoric time gap begins to look less like a passive blank and more like the residue of repeated breakage. Climate interrupts, preservation fails, mobility scatters evidence, and beneath all of that, populations themselves repeatedly contract or vanish. Human capacities are real, perhaps astonishingly early, but they are housed in communities too small and too exposed to preserve every gain. The path toward a more visible humanity is therefore not a smooth climb. It is a jagged sequence of recoveries after loss. Every later continuity may rest on many earlier discontinuities now nearly erased. That may be why the record feels so strange. It contains hints of intelligence, symbolism, adaptation, and expansion long before those qualities become common enough to look secure. What we are seeing, perhaps, is not lateness of human possibility, but lateness of demographic stability. There may have been many humanities before the one that finally begins to leave a thicker trail. Most of them were broken. Their absence is part of the silence we call the gap. Some of the most important landscapes in human history are gone, not metaphorically, but literally. They lie beneath continental shelves, under shallow seas, below estuaries, in drowned river valleys, and plains that were once dry ground walked by people whose names and languages will never be known. This is one of the great concealed facts behind the prehistoric time gap. When modern observers look at a map, they see coastlines as fixed edges. In deep time, they are anything but fixed. During colder glacial phases, when vast quantities of water are locked up in ice sheets, sea levels fall dramatically. In some periods, by well over 100 meters, the sea retreats, new land appears, broad shelves become plains, river mouths move outward, islands connect to continents, lagoons, marshes, coves, tidal flats, and coastal grasslands emerge where open water lies today. And because these are often productive, diverse, and navigable environments, they may have attracted exactly the kinds of human populations whose traces we now struggle hardest to find. This possibility is not a minor technical detail. It may change the architecture of the entire story. Coastal zones concentrate life. They bring together fish, shellfish, seabirds, marine mammals in some regions, edible plants, freshwater access at river mouths, drift materials, and strategic travel routes. They create ecotones, the borderlands between different resource worlds, where human flexibility can thrive. A mobile species with broad dietary capacity and growing social complexity would have strong reasons to use such places whenever climate and sea conditions allow. Yet these are also the places later sea level rise is most likely to erase. The prehistoric time gap may therefore be enlarged by one of the cruelest biases in the archaeological record. Some of the best places to be human are among the worst places to preserve human presence across tens of thousands of years. The drowned coastlines of the Pleistocene are not small margins. In some parts of the world, they are immense. What are now shallow continental shelves could once include rolling plains, braided river systems, wetlands rich in birds and fish, estuarine channels, and sheltered bays. In Southeast Asia, lower sea levels joined many islands into the larger landmass often called Sunderland, creating vast habitable lowlands. Between Britain and continental Europe there once stretched a now drowned region known as Doggerland, later inhabited in more recent prehistory, but reminding us how much dry land has vanished even in places now well studied. around Australia and New Guinea, exposed shelves change connections and coastlines profoundly. Across the Red Sea margins, Arabian coasts, South Asian littoral zones, and the Persian Gulf basin, ancient shorelines sat far from where they lie now. Human movement and adaptation in these environments may have been significant, but much of the evidence lies underwater or has been reworked by marine processes. That has major implications for the emergence of complex behaviour. Marine and coastal habitats can buffer risk in ways inland ecosystems sometimes cannot. Shellfish, fish runs, bird colonies, stranded marine life, and mixed littoral resources can provide relatively reliable supplements or even major staples under certain conditions. Such settings may support repeated seasonal occupation, denser local populations, and more persistent social networks. If population density and connectivity matter for retaining innovations, then coastlines may have been crucial incubators of cumulative cultural life. A people who can return regularly to a rich shore, exchange mates and information along it, and exploit a broad menu of resources may have more opportunity to stabilize techniques and symbolic practices than a highly scattered inland population under severe stress. Scholars still debate how central coastal adaptations were in different regions and times, but what survives in the record suggests that shore use can be far older and more important than once assumed. There is a deeper irony here. Some of the earliest signs of symbolic behaviour and technological sophistication in Africa come from coastal or near-coastal contexts, including sites where marine resources, pigments, and ornaments appear together in suggestive ways. These finds do not prove a universal coastal origin for complexity, and caution is necessary. Inland populations are also inventive. Many major advances occur far from the sea, but the pattern is tantalizing enough to matter. It hints that the coast may have offered not just food, but social and cognitive opportunity. If so, then later submergence has hidden part of the very stage on which the visible human story begins to brighten. A lesser known but especially intriguing example concerns the Persian Gulf basin. Today it is submerged beneath relatively shallow waters, but during periods of lower sea level, large portions would have been exposed, potentially forming a habitable landscape with rivers and wetland environments tied to the Tigris, Euphrates, Karun, and other systems. Some researchers have suggested that such drowned basins may once have supported human populations and served as refugia during arid phases in surrounding regions. The evidence is necessarily difficult and incomplete, and many details remain speculative, but the broader principle holds. Now submerged lowlands may once have sheltered populations whose archaeological signatures are almost entirely inaccessible today. The same challenge shadows movements along southern dispersal routes out of Africa. If Homo sapiens used coastlines around the Red Sea, Arabia, South Asia, and onward into Southeast Asia, much of the relevant evidence may sit beneath later waters, or in coastal deposits heavily altered by erosion, storm action, and shoreline migration. This could help explain why some large-scale human expansions seem genetically plausible, yet archaeologically underrepresented. The journeys may not be missing because they did not happen. They may be missing because the camps, crossings, and foraging grounds connected to them are submerged, buried, or torn apart. Marine transgression, the inland advance of the sea during warming phases, does not merely cover sites gently like a blanket. It can erode, scatter, and transform them. Rising waters rework sediments, wave action redistributes lighter materials, estuaries shift, tidal energy cuts channels through former occupation surfaces, organic remains decay under changing conditions. Even when archaeological traces survive underwater, They are often harder to locate, more expensive to investigate, and more difficult to interpret than sites on land. Underwater archaeology has achieved remarkable things, but compared with the vast extent of drowned prehistoric landscapes, exploration remains minimal. We are searching fragments of a lost continent with limited tools and only partial access. This matters not only for migration, but for social geography. Coasts are natural corridors. They link groups over distance in ways interior terrains sometimes do not. Travel by shoreline can provide orientation, repeated stopping points, diverse food sources, and contact opportunities across broad regions. If humans increasingly use such routes, then ideas, genes, and materials may have moved along the sea far earlier than the surviving record clearly shows. A necklace shell carried inland. A stone type moved along a littoral chain. A technological habit spreading from one estuary to the next. All of these become harder to reconstruct if most nodes in the network have drowned. What remains on land may be only the inland edges of much larger systems. There is also the question of early water crossing. By the time humans reach places like Sahul, the ancient combined landmass of Australia and New Guinea, some sea crossings are necessary even during lower sea levels. This alone implies planning, group coordination, and a willingness to move across water barriers. But how did people approach such crossings? What shore-based adaptations, watercraft experiments, or social traditions made them possible? The record is painfully thin. Boats made of wood, reeds, bark, or skin would almost never survive from such depth of time. Shore camps where crossings were prepared may now be submerged. The achievement is visible only in its outcome. People arrive. The means by which they do so is largely hidden. One more chapter swallowed by the sea. That hiddenness may be one reason the prehistoric time gap feels so disproportionate. The human story likely does not unfold primarily in the places most convenient for later recovery. It unfolds where food is abundant, movement is possible, shelter and fresh water can be found, and social contact can be maintained. Again and again, those conditions point toward coasts, estuaries, deltas, and low plains. Yet those are among the landscapes most transformed by post-glacial sea level rise. Modern shorelines are therefore historical illusions. They invite us to imagine ancient humans living at today's edge of land, when in many periods the actual edge lay far away across terrain now hidden beneath waves. The consequences reach beyond technical archaeology into how prehistory is imagined. If drowned landscapes held large parts of humanity's early experiments in coastal living, exchange, dense occupation, or symbolic display, then the apparent later suddenness of some developments may be exaggerated by selective loss. What looks like a rapid flowering on surviving land may partly reflect the disappearance of earlier stages now underwater. An inland cave preserves beads and ochre. A nearby drowned shelf, once used for generations and perhaps central to the same population's life, preserves nothing accessible. The surviving cave then appears exceptional, even though it may originally be just one component of a broader cultural world. No single explanation fully accounts for the time gap, and submerged landscapes are not a universal answer. Many important developments certainly occur inland. Not all coasts are equally productive or equally attractive. Some shorelines are steep, poor in resources, or dangerous. And humans are never only coastal, but the scale of what has been drowned is too large to treat as an afterthought. The sea has removed entire theatres of human action. Any account of prehistory that forgets this will inevitably mistake partial land-based survival for the whole of the past. Imagine a broad coastal plain during a glacial low sea level phase. Rivers snake through wetlands toward a distant shoreline now far seaward of the modern coast. People move along the ecotone between fresh and salt water, gathering shellfish, trapping fish in tidal pools, stalking birds, collecting reeds, making camp on slightly raised ground, perhaps exchanging partners and information with neighbouring groups who know the same shore differently. Children grow up reading tides the way inland children read game tracks. Stories attached to channels, sand ridges, and islands that no longer exist. Then the climate warms. Generation by generation, the sea advances. Marshes convert to estuary, then to open water. Camps are abandoned, revisited, then lost. Eventually the whole inhabited plain is gone. Later people standing on the new coast can no longer see where their ancestors once lived. Later archaeologists cannot easily see it either. In that sense, the missing coasts of humanity are not just absent evidence, they are absent memory. The sea has erased not only artifacts, but the very shape of the worlds in which many people may have understood themselves. The prehistoric time gap widens because some of the land that once held human continuity no longer belongs to land at all. It survives only as bathymetry, sediment, and possibility. Seen from this angle, the silence in the record begins to sound different. It is not only the silence of decay or small populations or patchy excavation, it is also the silence of drowned plains, vanished estuaries, submerged migration routes, and literal camps rolled beneath later waves. Humanity may have learned, expanded, improvised, and connected along margins that the modern world has physically removed from view. The coastlines where some of our deepest transitions unfolded may now lie beyond easy recovery, leaving behind only scattered inland echoes, and those echoes, however important, may always make the beginning of the story seem more incomplete than it truly was. If the prehistoric time gap was simply a matter of nothing happening for a very long time, the record would be easier to understand. It would be quiet, then gradually louder. Instead, it behaves in a stranger way. Certain innovations appear early, often in scattered or local form, then seem to fade from view. Symbolic objects emerge in one setting, only to disappear from nearby sequences. Tool strategies become more refined, then later assemblages look simpler again. Pigments are used here, ornaments there, long-distance raw material movement elsewhere, but the pattern does not build in a straight line, it flickers, and that flickering may be one of the most revealing clues of all. Human innovation in deep prehistory is not a smooth ascent. It is more like a field of sparks carried by shifting wind, flaring in one place, dying in another, and sometimes surviving long enough to start a more lasting fire. This pattern has frustrated generations of researchers because it resists the stories people most want to tell. The old story of a sudden revolution is too simple. The opposite story, in which modern human behaviour arrives early and then expands steadily in all directions, is also too simple. What survives in the record suggests something much more unstable. Capacities exist before they become widespread. Experiments happen before they become traditions. New forms of toolmaking, ornamentation, pigment use, food processing, or spatial organization may emerge in local conditions that favor them, only to vanish when those conditions no longer hold. The evidence remains incomplete, but the broad implication is difficult to avoid. Innovation is not the same thing as cumulative permanence. Stone tools make this particularly clear, because stone is among the most durable materials in prehistory. It often provides the clearest window onto changing behavior. Yet even here, the sequence is not always tidy. Certain methods of preparing cores, Striking standardized flakes or blades and producing specialized implements appear impressively early in some regions. These methods imply foresight, skill, and teaching. They are not random, but they do not always spread far, and they do not always remain stable. Some seem highly successful in one ecological or social setting, and then become rare, altered, or absent elsewhere. This is not necessarily failure. A tool tradition adapted to one prey base, raw material source, or mobility pattern may not be optimal in another. Still, the broader pattern matters. Human ingenuity is plainly present, but its material consequences remain uneven. The same is true of symbolic traces, ochre, perforated shells, engraved pieces, decorated objects, and unusual accumulations of colour or ornament all point toward worlds of meaning beyond immediate subsistence. Yet they appear in pulses and mosaics rather than in one continuous rising line. One group may invest in body marking or display for reasons tied to identity, ritual, alliance, or mate signalling. Another equally capable group, living under different demographic or ecological conditions, may invest less in durable visible markers or rely more on perishable forms. A symbolic life can be rich without leaving many surviving objects. Even when such objects are made, they may remain local. If the group carrying them contracts or disappears, the visible tradition may vanish with it. That is why the phrase innovation flickers on and off should not be understood as meaning the human mind itself switches back and forth between brilliance and dullness. The more likely reality is social and demographic. A useful or meaningful practice requires enough people, enough interaction, and enough continuity to outlast the generation that first develops or emphasizes it. If populations are small and widely dispersed, then even impressive innovations may remain fragile. Children must learn them, adults must keep using them, neighbouring groups must encounter them or recreate them. Harsh environmental change must not destroy the network in which they make sense. Otherwise the innovation survives only briefly, archaeologically speaking, before silence returns. A lesser-known but important example lies in compound technologies. Making a hafted tool with adhesive and binding is cognitively and practically complex. It requires selecting materials with appropriate properties, processing them in a particular order, controlling heat perhaps more carefully than simple campfire use would demand, and combining parts into a reliable whole. When evidence for such practices appears in early contexts, it suggests that people are already working through multi-step procedures and passing on fairly sophisticated technical knowledge. But these traces remain rare and uneven. Partly that is because most of the materials involve decay. Partly it may be because the practices themselves are not universally maintained. A skilled solution can remain confined to particular populations or disappear when teaching chains break. Food processing likely follows a similar pattern, though it is even harder to see. Cooking, soaking, grinding, fermenting, drying, and detoxifying plant foods can greatly expand what humans are able to eat, especially in variable climates. Yet most of the tools and contexts for such behavior are difficult to preserve in very ancient settings. A population may develop highly effective seasonal food knowledge that transforms survival and still leave little more than subtle wear traces, ash, or botanical residues too sparse to recover. Innovations in diet and processing could therefore flicker through the record almost invisibly, even if they mattered profoundly to daily life. Again, the archive is not measuring human importance. It is measuring what happened to endure. There is also the problem of local brilliance. Some prehistoric sites stand out so strongly that they can mislead by their very richness. A cave preserving pigment hues, shell ornaments, structured hearths, or carefully produced tools may look like a singular leap forward. In reality, it may represent one preserved node in a wider landscape of experimentation, most of which has been lost. Or it may truly be exceptional, the product of unusual environmental stability, strong local networks, or demographic concentration. The challenge is that archaeology often cannot easily distinguish between a genuine centre of innovation and a lucky remnant of a broader but vanished pattern. The brightest flare may only look unique because the neighbouring lights went out without leaving traces. This has major consequences for how human progress is imagined. Progress in prehistory is often not cumulative in the familiar modern sense, where innovations once achieved are rapidly disseminated and rarely forgotten. It may be cumulative only under certain thresholds of population density and connectivity. Below those thresholds, invention can outpace retention. That is one of the most haunting insights hidden inside the time gap. Humanity may have been creating far more than it could reliably keep. New behaviours emerge, but the world is too unstable, or the social fabric too thin, to preserve them in a lasting cultural lineage. The species keeps discovering aspects of itself, then losing them again. Other humans in the Pleistocene world likely contribute to this unevenness as well. Neanderthals and perhaps other archaic populations display technical adaptability and symbolic capacities of their own, though the exact forms and frequencies remain debated. In regions where Homo sapiens and these groups overlap or replace one another, some apparent innovations may spread through contact, parallel development, or competitive pressure. Others may remain bounded within one population. The deep past is not a single laboratory with one line of advance. It is a mosaic of human groups, each experimenting under different pressures. That makes the flickering record less surprising. Multiple populations are trying different solutions, and not all survive. One striking implication is that later fluorescences may owe as much to stability as to novelty. When the archaeological record becomes more visibly rich in later periods, especially in some regions, it may not always mean people suddenly become more intelligent or imaginative. It may mean that enough favourable conditions finally align for innovations to accumulate rather than vanish. Larger or more connected populations can support specialists, denser teaching webs, stronger memory across groups, and broader exchange of materials and ideas. A symbolic form that would once have died with one band now survives because many bands share it. A technical trick once confined to a local tradition now spreads farther because people meet more often or move through more dependable corridors. The record brightens not only because humans think differently, but because their networks stop collapsing quite so often. Still, caution is necessary. The flickering pattern is not pure illusion, but neither is it easy to decode. Sometimes a behaviour really may be absent in a region or period. Sometimes it is only undetected. Sometimes it is present in perishable form and archaeologically silent. Sometimes one preserved object is overinterpreted as evidence of widespread practice. Scholars still debate these distinctions, and rightly so. But no single explanation fully accounts for the prehistoric time gap without acknowledging that innovation does not travel in a straight line from first appearance to universal adoption. The path is broken, interrupted, and often local. Imagine a group that begins making personal ornaments from shells or teeth during a period of increased intergroup contact. The ornaments help signal affiliation, kin ties, or exchange relationships across a broad but delicate network. For a few centuries or millennia the practice spreads. Then climate dries one corridor, a neighbouring group disappears, and travel becomes more dangerous. The network contracts. The ornaments no longer serve the same role. or the materials become harder to obtain, or the people who maintain the tradition die without enough successors. Archaeologically, the beads appear early and then are gone, much later, under different conditions. Another network develops a similar practice. From a distance, it can look like a delayed invention. At human scale, it may be a repeated solution to repeated social needs. The same logic may apply to artistic expression, ritual habits, exchange systems, and settlement patterns. A behavior can be real without being permanent. A tradition can matter without becoming ancestral to all later traditions. The human past is full of local experiments that never become the global story. Some are lost because populations fail. Some are lost because environments change. Some are lost because they live in wood, fiber, skin, voice, and movement instead of stone. All of them contribute to the sense that the record is simultaneously rich and incomplete. This is perhaps why the prehistoric time gap feels less like a blank now and more like interference. We are watching signals that do not hold steady. The human capacity for complexity is present, but the conditions needed to stabilize that complexity keep wavering. Innovation flares, fades, and returns. In that rhythm there is both frustration and revelation. Frustration, because it denies the clean drama of a single human breakthrough. Revelation, because it shows a species repeatedly capable of more than the surviving record can sustain. By this point, the mystery has become sharper. The question is no longer simply when humans become behaviorally modern, if such a phrase can even bear the weight placed on it. The question is why so many apparently modern behaviors emerge in fragile, intermittent forms before later becoming more visible and widespread. The answer may be that the human dawn is not delayed. It is unstable. The light is there early, but it keeps passing behind cloud. The prehistoric time gap does not belong to our species alone. That may be one of its most important lessons. For a long time, popular imagination treated human prehistory as a lonely ascent, as though Homo sapiens gradually rose from primitive beginnings and stepped into an empty world. The actual picture is far stranger and more crowded. For much of the late Pleistocene, the Earth is inhabited not by one kind of human, but by several. Neanderthals occupy large parts of Western Eurasia. Denisovans, known first through fragments and genetics rather than complete skeletons, leave evidence of a wide, though still only partly visible range across Asia. Other archaic populations, some scarcely understood at all, likely persist in different regions. Even within Africa, the story may include deeply structured populations and lineages now lost or absorbed. The gap, then, is not just the silence around early modern humans. It is the silence around a whole human world of overlapping kinds. This changes everything, because once other humans are restored to the picture, the question ceases to be simply why our species leaves such an uneven record. It becomes why all these populations, each adapted in their own ways, remain only partly visible, and why the interactions between them are so hard to recover. The old image of Homo sapiens advancing into empty territory dissolves. Movement now means encounter. Expansion means negotiation with landscapes already inhabited by beings who make tools, hunt large animals, use fire, care for one another, and persist across difficult climates for immense stretches of time. Our species does not discover humanity alone. It enters a world where humanity already has multiple forms. Neanderthals are the most familiar of these others, and perhaps for that reason they are often misunderstood. They are no longer seen as dim caricatures standing outside the true human story. Their bodies are distinctive, yes, shaped by long adaptation to Eurasian conditions. but their technical and social capacities are considerable. They hunt skillfully, control fire, use varied stone technologies, and in some places show evidence suggestive of symbolic behavior, pigment use, ornamentation, or structured treatment of the dead. The exact frequency and meaning of such behaviors remain debated, and caution is necessary, but no serious view now treats Neanderthals as mindless foils. They belong inside the broader human experiment, not outside it, and yet so much of their world remains obscure. Their inner social life, linguistic capacities, mythology if they had it, and full range of organic technologies are still mostly beyond reach. Their own time gap runs parallel to ours. Denisovans are even more elusive, almost spectral in the record. They emerge first not through dramatic skeletons, but through DNA extracted from fragmentary remains in Siberia, later joined by a few additional traces and genetic echoes in living populations, especially in parts of Asia and Oceania. From this astonishingly small physical archive comes the realization that another major human lineage existed, interacted with modern humans, and contributed meaningfully to later ancestry. The imbalance is extraordinary. A whole population, perhaps spread across enormous distances, leaves so little direct anatomical evidence that genetics becomes the main witness to its existence. If that can happen to one kind of human, it becomes easier to understand how much else may have vanished from view. The silence of prehistory is not limited to missing tools or drowned coasts. It can nearly erase entire peoples. This is where the time gap grows wider and darker. Somewhere in this crowded world, different human groups are meeting, avoiding, competing, learning, and sometimes interbreeding. Genetic evidence now makes that much clear. Most living people with ancestry outside Africa carry Neanderthal DNA. Some populations in Oceania and parts of Asia carry notable Denisovan ancestry as well. Within Africa, there are signs of deep and complicated population structure, possibly involving gene flow from lineages not yet clearly identified in the fossil record. These facts are profound. They mean that human history in deep time is not a line but a web. Boundaries between groups exist, yet they are permeable at times. Worlds overlap, but the archaeological record captures only flashes of that overlap. What did those encounters look like on the ground? That is one of the most haunting, unanswered questions in prehistory. There are no direct accounts, no remembered first meetings, no names for the valleys where one kind of human watched another across a ridge. Did they immediately recognize one another as similar? Did they compete for prey and shelter? Were there zones of avoidance where generations knew another people existed nearby but rarely approached? Did techniques pass between them through imitation, theft, exchange, or intermarriage? Scholars still debate the details, and the evidence remains incomplete. But what survives in the record suggests not a single pattern, but many. In some places, contact may be brief and tense. In others, it may be prolonged enough to leave genetic, technological, or symbolic traces. A lesser-known but striking point is that coexistence itself may shape visibility. Where multiple human populations occupy adjacent or overlapping territories, each group may alter its behavior in response to the others. Ranges shift. Resource pressure increases. Defensive caution may change mobility patterns. Contact zones may become places of innovation or of silence. A local tradition might intensify because competition rewards it, or disappear because the network sustaining it is disrupted. In that sense, the prehistoric time gap may partly reflect interhuman ecology, not just how people respond to climate and landscape, but how different human populations respond to one another. Neanderthals, for example, are long adapted to Eurasian environments before Homo sapiens enters many of those regions in lasting ways. They know local prey, seasonal risks, raw material sources, and shelter opportunities. Modern humans arriving into those landscapes are not confronting untouched wilderness. They're stepping into lived territory. That matters because it complicates easy narratives of superiority. The eventual broader success of Homo sapiens does not prove instant dominance in every encounter. There may have been failures, retreats, and local reversals. Some early modern human expansions into Eurasia appear not to persist. Some populations vanish after reaching frontier zones. The presence of other humans is likely one reason why. At the same time, contact with these populations may have offered opportunities as well as risks. Interbreeding is the clearest sign. It implies not only overlap but moments of intimacy, alliance, coercion, or incorporation that the record cannot emotionally decode, genes tied to immunity, altitude adaptation in some later populations, and perhaps other traits trace back in part to these encounters. The inheritance is fragmentary, but real. This means that later Homo sapiens is not simply the survivor of a contest among separate species. It is also, in part, a composite carrying traces of human others inside its own genome. The gap is therefore filled not just with vanished populations, but with absorbed ones whose presence survives beneath the skin of the living. Yet absorption should not be romanticized. Other human groups disappear. Whatever the exact mechanisms, Neanderthals vanish as a distinct population. Denisovans too disappear from the record as recognizable peoples, leaving only fragments of bone and genes in descendants of encounters. Some African lineages likely do the same without ever receiving stable names. This is one of the most sobering features of the deep past. Multiple humanities exist, overlap, and then mostly reduce to one globally surviving form. The reasons are still debated. Climate stress, population size, competitive exclusion, social networks, technological differences, disease dynamics, and sheer demographic chance may all play roles. No single explanation fully accounts for these outcomes, but the consequence is unmistakable. The human world becomes less diverse over time, and that loss happens mostly in silence. This silence can easily mislead. Because Homo sapiens is the only human species left today, it is tempting to view the others as failed side branches. But that is a shallow comfort of hindsight. For most of their histories, these populations are not side notes inside our future. They are the present. They are human solutions to particular environments, with bodies, skills, social bonds, and perhaps symbolic systems fully meaningful to themselves. The fact that they do not survive into modernity does not make them transitional. It makes them mortal. The prehistoric time gap includes their vanished songs, their teachings, their rivalries, their grief, their ways of naming places, all mostly irrecoverable. There is another unsettling implication. Some of what later appears uniquely modern may partly emerge in relation to this crowded human field. Larger social networks, stronger symbolic markers of identity, more flexible exchange systems, or faster innovation retention may become especially valuable in a world where other humans also occupy the landscape. Competition is not the only force at work, but it may sharpen the importance of cohesion and adaptability. If so, then the rise of a more visibly complex Homo sapiens may not be explainable by internal change alone. It may also reflect life among rivals and relatives. The presence of others in the shadows may help push our species toward forms of cooperation and signaling that preserve more effectively in the record. Still, the irony remains severe. Even in a multi-human world, most of the evidence is slight. A tooth, a finger bone, a jaw, a few ambiguous ornaments, traces of tool traditions, genetic patterns inferred from living descendants, and occasional occupation sites are asked to bear the weight of whole peoples. It is a reminder that the time gap is not simply about when complexity appears. It is about how little of any human complexity survives when deep time has had its way. If several human populations can coexist across continents and yet leave archives this fragmentary, then the thinness of our own early record becomes less surprising, though no less haunting. Imagine a frontier valley somewhere in Eurasia tens of thousands of years ago. One group, perhaps Homo sapiens, enters seasonally from the south or west. Another, perhaps Neanderthal, knows the valley across many generations. Their occupations do not have to coincide exactly to shape one another. One arrives to find game altered, hearths cold but still visible, stone sources already understood by others. Tracks are read, smoke may be seen from a distance, stories circulate. Children grow up with warnings or curiosities about the other people. At some point, perhaps, they meet. Maybe the encounter is brief and hostile. Maybe it becomes exchange. Maybe, once in a long while, it becomes kinship. The valley will keep almost none of this. Later archaeologists may recover only a handful of tools and bones from layers separated by centuries. Yet in human terms, the place could have been charged with tension and recognition. By now, the prehistoric time gap has become impossible to treat as a mystery of our species alone. It is the residue of a broader, vanished human plurality. Multiple populations rise, adapt, contact one another, and disappear, leaving behind a record too thin for the scale of what it once contained. Homo sapiens emerges within this plurality, not above it. Our eventual dominance is real, but it is achieved through a world of overlap, loss, and incorporation that the surviving evidence only partly reveals. And perhaps that is the deepest reason these other humans remain in the shadows. Their disappearance narrows the story, making the surviving branch appear more singular than it ever was. But every genetic trace, every unusual fossil fragment, every technological overlap, and every disputed hint of symbolism pushes back against that narrowing. It tells us that the human past was once more crowded, more entangled, and more uncertain than later history allows. The gap is full not only of our missing beginnings, but of other humans whose worlds ran beside ours for ages and then were almost entirely swallowed by time. By the time archaeologists begin piecing together the deep human past, they are working with evidence that is at once astonishing and deeply inadequate. A flake of stone can reveal a chain of skilled actions. A fragment of ochre can imply colour, intention, perhaps symbolism. A burial can suggest care, ritual, identity, grief. A shell bead can hint at social display, alliance, memory, or status. But each of these things comes to us stripped of almost everything that once made it fully meaningful. This is the central weakness of the archive, and nowhere does it matter more than in the prehistoric time gap. Artifacts can tell us that people were present, capable, organized, and often inventive. They cannot easily tell us how much of the most important human world was being carried in forms that leave almost no material trace. Stone tools are the clearest example of both the power and the poverty of archaeology. They survive when almost everything else is gone, and for that reason they dominate our reconstructions of early life. From them, scholars can infer planning depth, motor skill, raw material selection, mobility, reuse, and sometimes even the likely tasks for which tools were intended. A carefully prepared core or standardized point is not an accidental object. It speaks of repeated knowledge and learned procedure, and yet stone is only one surviving slice of behavior. A person using that tool once belonged to a larger world of speech, gesture, shared memory, social rules, bodily adornment, perhaps song, perhaps taboo, perhaps ritual, none of which necessarily survives. The artifact tells us something real, but also tempts us to mistake the surviving edge of life for the whole of it. This becomes especially important when scholars try to infer language. Language is perhaps the most transformative human capacity of all, the one that allows teaching, planning, abstraction, myth, coordinated labor, remembered geography, inherited lore, and the carrying of invisible knowledge across generations. If early Homo sapiens already possesses language in a form recognizably rich and flexible, then many of the most consequential revolutions in human history may occur long before the archaeological record grows visibly dense. But language does not fossilize. At best, researchers infer its presence indirectly from anatomy, genetics, symbolic behavior, social complexity, and technological transmission. Such inferences can be strong, but they are never direct. This means the archive may radically underestimate how socially and cognitively elaborate early humans already are. A world shaped by speech can remain materially quiet. The same is true of memory. In non-literate societies, memory is not a decorative skill. It is infrastructure. It stores routes, seasons, dangerous places, kin networks, obligations, stories, and practical knowledge without which survival fails. A people moving across large and changing landscapes may hold in collective memory a map far richer than anything later scratched onto bark or stone. They may know where water lies after unusual rains, which stone source matters in lean years, which valley must be avoided in a certain season, and which distant group can be approached safely. None of this requires writing. None of it survives directly in archaeological deposits. Yet it may be among the most complex things those people possess. A lesser-known but profound limitation of artifacts is that they privilege certain categories of meaning over others. Durable objects tend to preserve what is made from mineral, bone, antler, shell, or occasionally what is protected by unusual conditions. But much of symbolic life may unfold through body painting, dance, scarification, temporary structures, songs, spoken narratives, gestures, and ritual sequences tied to places or seasons rather than permanent objects. A ceremonial act performed around a fire at dusk can transform a community without leaving behind anything more than ash. A story repeated for generations can shape moral life more strongly than any figurine, yet vanish entirely when the last speaker dies. If archaeologists rely too heavily on durable symbolism, they risk treating object-rich societies as more symbolically developed than object-light ones, even when the difference may be largely a difference in medium. This is one reason scholars have become increasingly careful about claims of absence. If a site yields no obvious ornaments or art, that does not prove the people lacked symbolic life. It may only mean their symbols lived in ways that did not survive. Conversely, one engraved piece or decorated object does not automatically reveal a fully elaborated symbolic system. The record offers clues, not complete social worlds. Scholars still debate how much can safely be inferred from particular finds, and the caution is justified. But no single explanation fully accounts for the prehistoric time gap unless the silence of non-durable culture is taken seriously. Burials illustrate the problem beautifully and painfully. A grave can be one of the richest windows into prehistoric meaning. Position of the body, associated objects, traces of pigment, repeated burial use, and the treatment of children or the injured can all suggest values that reach beyond subsistence. Yet even here, interpretation is fragile. A burial without grave goods may still have been emotionally and ritually rich in ways now invisible. Perishable offerings may have vanished. Songs, gestures, mourning sequences, and spoken names are lost beyond recovery. Even the choice to bury at all may carry a social weight. Archaeology can only partly sense. What survives in the record suggests that treatment of the dead is often meaningful, but the meaning itself remains largely out of reach. The same gap separates us from prehistoric social structure. Artifacts can hint at exchange, mobility, and repeated patterns of activity, but they rarely expose kinship systems, marriage rules, inheritance, leadership, conflict resolution, or the emotional architecture of camp life with any clarity. Was authority concentrated in particular elders? Was knowledge gendered, seasonal, or ritualized? Did children move between households? Were alliances stabilized through ornament, shared foods, or mythic ties to particular places? These questions matter enormously because they influence whether innovations persist. A society's structure can determine how well knowledge travels, who is allowed to hold it, and how resilient it remains during crisis. Yet most of this structure lies behind the artifacts like a body behind a shadow. This is part of why the time gap remains so difficult to resolve. The material record may preserve enough to show intermittent complexity, without preserving enough to show the social engines generating it. An engraved ochre piece may indicate abstract marking, but not whether it belongs to teaching, identity, ritual, aesthetics, or something more practical. A bead may imply display, but not whether it marks age, kin group, marriageability, mourning, alliance, initiation, or rank. A carefully prepared tool may reveal planning, but not the teaching setting in which it is learned. We're often looking at outcomes without access to the human institutions that made them possible. Even the concept of culture becomes slippery at this depth. Archaeologists often identify traditions through recurring artifact forms and techniques, which is reasonable. But culture in lived reality is much larger than tool style. It includes food taboos, gestures of respect, ideas about animals, distinctions between kin and stranger, notions of beauty, proper conduct in danger, the emotional tone of grief, the timing of movement, and remembered obligations. Most of this does not survive directly. The prehistoric time gap may therefore be less a gap in humanity than a gap between what archaeology can preserve and what culture actually is. There is another limitation that matters just as much: time resolution. A site may compress generations into one layer. A pattern that looks stable may actually represent brief episodes separated by centuries. The opposite can also happen. A tradition may persist for a very long time but leave only rare snapshots, making it appear intermittent when it was not. This uncertainty makes it difficult to judge how enduring an innovation really is. A bead horizon may represent a sustained local practice or only a brief window of ornament use. A tool type may look sudden because older evidence has not survived. The archive is not just incomplete in content, it is uneven in time. One can feel the loss most sharply when imagining what would count as civilization to the people themselves, not cities or walls, but trust, obligation, memory, naming, care, expertise, and continuity of teaching. A small group might possess a richly structured social world with no permanent architecture and few durable symbols. They might know exactly who belongs to whom, what stories define them, what places are sacred or dangerous, how to divide food, how to heal certain injuries, and how to explain the dead to the living. None of this leaves a strong archaeological signature unless it happens to attach itself to something durable. And so the record can make such people seem thinly developed, when in fact they are only materially quiet. A vivid example would be a repeated meeting place used by several groups over many seasons or years. They arrive at certain times to exchange mates, share information, settle tensions, perform rituals, trade useful materials, and renew identities larger than the small daily band. Most of what makes the gathering important lies in voices, bodies, memory, and temporary acts. The physical remains might include hearths, food debris, a few broken ornaments, and scattered tools. Archaeology could identify repeated occupation, perhaps even unusual density, but the political and symbolic significance of the place, the very thing that might stabilize culture across distance, would remain mostly hidden. Yet such hidden institutions may be exactly what allows later cumulative complexity to emerge. This is why artifacts cannot fully say what we most want them to say. They are eloquent about presence and frustrating about meaning. They reveal competence and conceal consciousness. They preserve outcomes and erase atmosphere. They show that people existed, adapted, and sometimes innovated brilliantly, but not always how those achievements felt from inside a human life. The prehistoric time gap is therefore widened not only by missing objects, but by the silent distance between object and experience. Still, this limitation is not a reason for despair. It is a reason for humility. The evidence that survives is enough to prove that early human life is richer, older, and more unevenly complex than simple stories once allowed. It is enough to show that symbolism, planning, technical sophistication, and long-distance connection do not suddenly arrive out of nowhere. But it is also enough to remind us that much of what made people human may always remain beyond direct recovery. We can trace the outline of the house. We cannot fully hear the voices inside it. And perhaps that is the most important point at this stage of the story. The prehistoric time gap is not just a puzzle of dates, tools, and missing sites. It is a confrontation with the fact that humanity's most decisive early achievements may have unfolded in language, memory, social trust, and ritual life long before they became archaeologically loud. Artifacts are indispensable, but they are not the whole measure of human depth. When they fall silent, it does not mean the people themselves were silent. It only means that the greater part of their world was carried in forms deep time could not keep. Once the old idea of a single sudden awakening begins to fall away, the prehistoric time gap becomes more difficult, but also more honest. The question is no longer whether one magical threshold separates almost human beings from fully human ones. The question becomes why the archaeological record remains so uneven even after anatomically modern humans are already present, mobile, intelligent, and in some places clearly capable of symbolism, planning, and technical complexity. What explains the long interval in which the pieces of later humanity seem to exist, but only in scattered combinations? Why does the human record brighten gradually, intermittently, and with so many regional differences? Theories have multiplied because the evidence points in several directions at once. None alone is sufficient. Together they reveal just how layered the mystery really is. One explanation places the greatest weight on preservation bias. This is the theory of the damaged archive, and by now it carries enormous force. According to this view, much of the apparent delay is not a delay in human development at all, but a delay in what happens to survive. Early humans may already possess far richer social, symbolic, and technical lives than the surviving record shows, but they live in small groups, use many perishable materials, occupy coasts later drowned by rising seas, and leave behind traces that erosion, decay, and incomplete sampling almost always destroy. In this reading, the gap is largely an illusion produced by geology, time, and our dependence on durable evidence. The strength of this explanation is obvious. It accounts for why so many early signs of complexity appear as isolated flashes rather than as a continuous sequence. It also fits what is now known about submerged landscapes, perishable technologies, and the selective survival of sites. But preservation bias cannot explain everything. Even allowing for immense loss, some changes in the record do appear genuinely historical. The archive is damaged, not meaningless. A second major explanation emphasizes population size and connectivity. This theory argues that human capacities may have emerged early, but their stable expression in the archaeological record depends on social thresholds. Small yet scattered populations can invent, symbolize, and plan, yet struggle to retain innovations over time. Useful practices may vanish if too few people carry them, or if social networks linking groups are too thin to preserve them during stress. Once populations grow larger or become more densely connected, innovations stop dying so easily. Teaching becomes more redundant. Exchange spreads ideas farther. Symbolic systems reinforce broader identities. The archaeological record then seems to brighten not because the mind suddenly changes, but because social conditions finally allow cumulative culture to hold. Many scholars find this explanation especially powerful because it helps account for the flickering pattern of early innovations and the later increase in visible complexity. Still, population size is not a complete answer either. Some small groups are highly inventive, and larger populations do not automatically produce symbolism or technical refinement. Numbers matter, but they do not operate in isolation. A third explanation focuses on environmental instability. In this view, climate keeps interrupting the social continuity required for complexity to become widespread and durable. Repeated droughts, cold phases, habitat fragmentation, shifting shorelines, and changing migration corridors do not prevent humans from being intelligent. They prevent the long, quiet accumulation of shared habits. Populations are repeatedly split, displaced, or thinned. Networks contract. Useful techniques disappear with local groups. A symbolic or technological tradition may flourish for a period, only to collapse when the ecological setting that supported it vanishes. This theory fits the evidence for climatic volatility across the late Middle Pleistocene and the Ice Age, and it helps explain why the record often looks episodic rather than steadily progressive. Yet here too caution is needed. Humans are not passive victims of weather. They're among the most flexible large mammals ever to live, and instability may itself encourage innovation in some contexts. Climate explains interruption better than it explains origin. Then there is the cognitive or neurological explanation, the one that once carried more confidence than it does now. In its stronger form, this view proposes that although anatomically modern humans appear early, something crucial in cognition, language, symbolic thought, or social abstraction only matures later. Perhaps a neural reorganization, perhaps a genetic change affecting communication or imagination, perhaps a threshold in executive function or teaching ability gives rise to a more fully modern humanity at some later date. This theory had intuitive appeal because it seemed to match the dramatic later visibility of art, ornaments, structured symbolism, and long-distance networking. But it has weakened as earlier evidence of complex behavior accumulated in Africa and elsewhere. The idea of one late cognitive switch now feels too blunt for the record. scholars still debate whether subtle biological changes may continue within Homo sapiens after the earliest anatomically modern fossils, and that possibility cannot be completely dismissed. But no single explanation fully accounts for the gap if it depends on a sudden mental revolution. The evidence increasingly suggests that many core capacities emerge earlier and more unevenly than that model allows. A more nuanced version of the cognitive theory survives in another form, rather than a dramatic late mutation or mental leap. Some scholars suggest a gradual refinement of cognitive ecology, not simply bigger brains or smarter individuals, but better integration of memory, language, cooperation, imitation, and symbolic marking within growing social worlds. In this reading, the human mind is already capable, but its characteristic modern expression depends on the social environments in which it operates. Symbolic systems become more elaborate when group identity matters across wider networks. Planning deepens when long-distance coordination becomes more common. Teaching grows more formalized when technological repertoires expand. The change is not a switch inside the skull. It is a feedback loop between mind and society. This approach has the advantage of avoiding a false divide between biology and culture, though it can be harder to test directly. Another important theory concerns regional mosaics. Instead of assuming humanity becomes modern in one place, and then carries a finished package outward, this view suggests that different elements of later human complexity emerge in different populations under different conditions. Symbolic marking may intensify in one region, composite tool-making in another, long-distance exchange or marine adaptation in another. Over time, as populations reconnect more effectively, some of these traits combine, reinforce one another, and become more durable. The archaeological record would then look patchy not because the story is incomplete in a simple sense, but because humanity is assembling itself through multiple local experiments. This fits the increasingly complex picture of African population structure and the uneven early appearance of behaviors once thought to arrive as a single bundle. It also aligns with the broader lesson of prehistory that human development is rarely linear. Its weakness is mostly interpretive. Because preservation is so uneven, it can be difficult to tell whether different regions truly specialize in different innovations, or whether the pattern partly reflects what happened to survive. There is also a theory of invisible media, less formal perhaps than the others, but increasingly hard to ignore. According to this view, the record seems delayed because much early complexity lives in media archaeology, almost never preserves language. Body painting, plant fiber, wood, skin, temporary ritual spaces, ephemeral markings, and performance. If body ornament is painted rather than beaded, if stories carry group identity more than carved objects do, if ritual uses firelight, song, and movement instead of durable icons, then a society can be symbolically rich while looking materially quiet. This theory is difficult to prove directly because its evidence is absence-shaped by what does not endure, but its logic is strong, and it offers one of the best ways to reconcile early human cognitive sophistication with late archaeological loudness. The gap may not be a lack of culture. It may be a lack of surviving containers for culture. A lesser-known but increasingly interesting idea concerns cultural loss itself. Instead of assuming that innovation slowly accumulates, some researchers emphasize how often traditions may arise and then disappear. In this model, humanity does not simply take a long time to invent later behaviors. It repeatedly invents aspects of them and then loses them when populations contract, move, or become isolated. The archaeological record would thus preserve a world of recurrent beginnings rather than one delayed beginning. This view helps explain why certain innovations appear surprisingly early and then seem to vanish. It also fits what is known about the fragility of cumulative culture in sparse populations. It is, in a sense, the theory of repeated dawns. Its difficulty lies in proof. Recurrent loss can be hard to distinguish archaeologically from late invention, combined with poor preservation. Even so, it has become one of the most compelling ways to understand the gap. No single explanation is strong enough to stand alone because the mystery itself is layered. Preservation bias explains why so much is missing. Population size explains why innovations may fail to persist. Climate explains why continuity repeatedly breaks. Mosaic regional development explains why the early record is uneven. Invisible media explain why symbolic life can remain archaeologically quiet. Cultural loss explains why early breakthroughs may flicker and vanish. Residual cognitive refinement may still play some role, but likely as part of a broader feedback between brains, bodies, environment, and society, rather than as a dramatic late event. The problem with older theories is not that they saw nothing. It is that they tried to force a many-cause mystery into one cause at a time. That matters because the temptation towards singular explanations is strong. A clean story is always easier to tell. Humans evolve, then one thing happens, and then the world changes. But the record refuses that simplicity. It suggests instead that the time gap is what emerges when a highly capable species with many early potentialities is filtered through unstable climates, fragile demographics, patchy landscapes, drowned coasts, perishable technologies, and uneven social networks. In some places, under some conditions, humanity becomes visible earlier. In others, it remains almost silent. The gap is not one hole in the story. It is the shape produced by many missing pieces interacting with many real but unstable advances. Imagine laying all these theories over one prehistoric population. They are anatomically modern. They have language rich enough to teach and remember. They use pigments and perhaps adornment in local ways. They exploit a productive shoreline for generations. But much of that coast later drowns. Their numbers remain small. A climate shift cuts their exchange route to neighbouring groups. A technical practice involving perishable materials becomes central to survival, yet leaves almost nothing durable. Their symbolic life depends heavily on body painting, voice, and temporary ritual acts. Then a bottleneck strikes, and the community fragments. Archaeology, thousands of years later, recovers only stone tools, a few ochre pieces, some shell remains, and perhaps nothing at all from the drowned shore. Which theory explains what happened? Nearly all of them, together. This is why scholars still debate the prehistoric time gap with such intensity. The evidence is not pointing toward one locked door. It is pointing toward a corridor of half-open doors, each revealing part of the same dimly lit room. The mystery persists not because science has failed to notice obvious facts, but because the facts themselves belong to different kinds of explanation. Geological, demographic, climatic, cognitive, and cultural processes all overlap. The deeper prehistory is studied, the less convincing any simple answer becomes. And yet this is also a kind of progress. The old question, stripped to its simplest form, asked when humans truly became human. The better question now asks how a species already recognizably human in body, and increasingly human in behavior, passed through such a long interval of uneven visibility before the record brightened more fully. That is a subtler mystery, but also a more real one. It does not ask us to imagine an empty age before humanity. It asks us to understand how humanity can be present, active, and even creative while remaining difficult to see. By the end of this phase, the gap no longer looks like a single unexplained void. It looks like an intersection where multiple explanations meet, overlap, and sometimes obscure one another. That may be frustrating for anyone seeking one final answer, but it is closer to the truth preserved in the evidence. The prehistoric dawn is not delayed by one obstacle. It is filtered through many, and perhaps that is why it still feels so mysterious. The species is already there. The capacities are already forming, but the path from possibility to durable visibility is far more fragile than it first appears. After so much broken evidence, so many vanished populations, drowned coastlines, interrupted networks, and partial beginnings, the record begins at last to change its tone. It does not become complete, it does not become easy, but in more regions, and with greater frequency, the traces of human life start to gather into patterns that are harder to miss. Ornaments become more common. Pigments appear in richer and more repeated contexts. Blade technologies spread and diversify. Bone, antler, and ivory are worked more systematically in some places. Burials acquire greater complexity. Long-distance transport of materials becomes easier to detect. Art enters caves, rock shelters, portable objects, and perhaps bodies and structures in forms only partly preserved. The silence does not vanish, but it thins. This is the sudden brightening of the record, and it has long tempted people into believing they are witnessing a late human awakening. Yet by now the deeper pattern should feel familiar. What is brightening may not be the human mind itself so much as the conditions under which its complexity can finally survive, spread, and remain visible. The shift is real enough. In parts of Africa, Europe, Western Asia, and later elsewhere, the archaeological record from the later Pleistocene contains denser evidence of symbolic display, technical diversity, and wider social connection than many earlier periods do. Some of this becomes especially spectacular in Upper Paleolithic Europe, where painted caves, engraved bones, carved figurines, musical instruments, elaborate personal ornaments, tailored clothing technologies inferred from tools, and striking regional traditions create a world unmistakably rich in material symbolism. For earlier generations of researchers, this seemed like proof that something fundamentally new had happened inside Homo sapiens around 40 or 50,000 years ago. The impression was understandable when the record suddenly begins producing lions painted in torchlit chambers, carved ivory beings with human and animal qualities, flutes made from bird bone, and burials touched by ornament and red pigment. The temptation is to see a revolution. But Europe is not the whole story, and it never was. By the time such spectacular evidence appears there, Africa already preserves older hints of pigment use, adornment, marine resource exploitation, and planned technologies that complicate any simple tale of late emergence. The brightening of the record therefore seems less like the moment humanity becomes capable of symbolic depth, and more like the moment symbolic depth begins to preserve more often, in more media, across denser and more durable social worlds. In other words, the brightness is partly real and partly an effect of accumulation. Earlier sparks existed. Later they begin to catch. Population may be the first key to understanding why. A larger or more consistently connected human world is simply harder for innovations to lose. When people meet more frequently across broader networks, ideas no longer depend on one fragile chain of transmission. A decorative form, tool-making trick, ritual practice, or exchange habit can persist even if one local group fails, because neighboring groups already share it. Teaching becomes more redundant. Variation can be maintained without immediate disappearance. Symbols that once made sense only within a small circle can now carry meaning across a wider web of people who may never see each other often, but remain linked enough to recognize one another through style, ornament, or material sources. The archaeological result is dramatic. What had been episodic becomes recurrent. What had been local becomes regional. What had been archaeologically faint becomes visible enough to seem like a new world. Climate may also help explain the brightening, not because the environment suddenly becomes simple, but because some periods create better windows for continuity. Habitats stabilize in certain areas long enough for repeated occupation to accumulate thicker deposits. Travel corridors remain open long enough for exchange to widen. Productive ecotones support more sustained or denser populations. Refugia, those pockets of relative ecological reliability during harsher phases, may become centers where knowledge, symbolism, and technical practices endure through stress and then expand again. Scholars still debate exactly which climatic intervals matter most in different regions, and no single environmental story fits the whole globe. But what survives in the record suggests that visible fluorescences often depend on favorable combinations of stability, connectivity, and recoverable sites. There is also the possibility that once enough symbolic behavior exists, it begins reinforcing itself. A bead is not only a decorative object, it can be a signal, and signals have social consequences. If body adornment marks affiliation, adulthood, marriageability, ritual status, or access to exchange relationships, then more visible symbolic systems can strengthen group identity across distance. Stronger identity may support larger alliances. Larger alliances may improve resilience during environmental stress. Resilience may help preserve and spread technical practices. In that sense, symbolic life is not merely an ornament placed atop subsistence. It may become one of the engines of social durability. Once these feedback loops intensify, the archaeological record would brighten rapidly, not because humanity has suddenly discovered meaning, but because meaning is now more tightly woven into survival across wider networks. A lesser-known but revealing clue lies in raw material transport. In many later prehistoric contexts, materials such as high-quality stone, marine shell, ochre, or other valued substances appear to move across substantial distances. This implies not only mobility but social links capable of carrying objects, information, or people beyond their immediate home range. Such networks make a profound difference. They spread risk. They allow access to distant resources. They facilitate the movement of styles and ideas. They enlarge the social world in which memory and identity operate. Even if long-distance exchange existed earlier in more fragile form, its later archaeological visibility suggests that broader and more stable systems are taking hold in at least some places. Art, of course, is the most visually arresting part of this brightening, but even here caution matters. The survival of cave painting and engraving depends heavily on preservation. Dark protected chambers happen to keep what open-air surfaces often lose. Portable art in bone, antler, or ivory survives only in some regions and soils. This means the brightening of art may be partly exaggerated by where conditions are favourable. Many traditions of painted skin, carved wood, woven symbolism, temporary ritual structures, and song may still remain invisible. Yet even after allowing for that, the later record does show a greater concentration of durable symbolic expression. Humans are not simply thinking symbolically by this stage. They are embedding symbolism in forms that travel, endure, and accumulate. Burials also become more varied and in some cases more elaborate. This does not mean earlier people lacked care for the dead. It means the later record more often preserves evidence of differentiated treatment, grave accompaniments, repeated burial use, and practices that reveal social distinctions or sustained ritual structures. A grave furnished with ornaments or pigments says more than one thing at once. It speaks of memory, value, identity, and an ability to invest time and material in a person beyond immediate utility. Such behavior may exist earlier in scattered form, but it becomes increasingly legible later because both the practices and the conditions of their preservation become more favorable. This brightening is not synchronous everywhere. That is crucial. Different regions intensify at different times, under different ecological and demographic pressures, and through different material traditions. Some populations continue to look archaeologically sparse much longer than others. Some develop rich symbolic systems in media unlikely to survive. Some live in environments where sites are repeatedly erased. Others happen to occupy caves, rock shelters, or dry conditions that preserve more. The record brightens unevenly because humanity itself remains unevenly distributed across opportunity and preservation. There is no universal dawn breaking over the whole species at once. There are many brightenings, overlapping and out of phase. Still, something cumulative is clearly happening. By the later Pleistocene, and especially in certain regions, the combination of social learning, symbolic marking, environmental knowledge, flexible subsistence, and broader networks begins to leave a thicker trail. This may be the point at which cumulative culture crosses more reliable thresholds, not because earlier humans cannot accumulate, but because losses no longer erase quite so much. Enough people exist, enough connections hold. Enough local worlds persist long enough for the next generation to inherit more than the last. Cumulative culture stops being a fragile local flare and starts becoming a more stable field. One can imagine the difference in human terms. Earlier in the time gap, a group may develop a distinctive ornament practice, a better hafting method, or a more elaborate exchange gathering, only for it to fade when climate shift or numbers fall. Later, a similar practice is embedded in a much broader world. Children see it not just in their own camp, but among neighbouring groups. Travellers bring variants from afar. Materials associated with it circulate over long distances. Rituals tied to it are repeated in places used by many people. The practice no longer depends on a single vulnerable band. It belongs to a network. In archaeological terms, that is the difference between a flicker and a glow. Another part of the brightening may involve movement into new ecological frontiers with stronger cumulative consequences. As humans spread more broadly into Eurasia, Sahel, and eventually toward the Americas, they are challenged by cold, latitude, novel prey, dangerous terrains, and unfamiliar seasonal rhythms. These frontiers reward innovation, but they also reward coordination, storage strategies in some contexts, better clothing, improved hunting systems, and perhaps stronger symbolic mechanisms for maintaining alliances over distance. Frontier life can be archaeologically noisy when it pushes durable technologies and repeated aggregation sites into preservation-friendly settings. Expansion, therefore, is not separate from visibility. It can actively increase it. No single explanation fully accounts for the sudden brightening, but the combined picture now looks clearer than the older revolution model allowed. The record grows more luminous when enough conditions align larger or more connected populations, environmental windows that support continuity, symbolic systems that strengthen identity at scale, technical knowledge embedded in broader teaching webs, and preservational luck that lets later archaeologists recover more of what existed. The human mind may not be newly born in this phase, it may simply, at last, become harder for time to hide. That realization changes how the later Pleistocene should be seen. The paintings, ornaments, burials, carved figures, and complex toolkits are not the first signs of humanity. They are the first signs of humanity becoming materially loud enough, often enough, that even a damaged archive can no longer reduce it to whispers. What had long existed in unstable, local, or perishable forms is now more often fixed into enduring matter. The archaeological horizon brightens because the social horizon does, and yet the older silence is not cancelled by this brightness. It remains underneath, reminding us that what we now see clearly likely rests on a deeper history of trial, loss, and partial emergence. Every later flourishing may have earlier shadows. Every famous painted chamber may stand atop tens of thousands of years of vanished symbolic life no wall preserved. The brightening matters precisely because it is not absolute. It is a threshold of visibility, not the beginning of being human. By this point in the story, the prehistoric time gap starts to close, though never completely. The world of scattered traces is giving way, in some regions, to a world of denser signs. More of humanity enters the light, but the path to that light has been long, fragile, and repeatedly broken. What looks sudden from afar is, on closer view, the moment when a long accumulation finally becomes visible enough to resist erasure. The record has not discovered humanity all at once. It has finally become bright enough that humanity can no longer hide behind the damage of time. By the time the record begins to brighten, the long obscure interval behind it has already done its work. The prehistoric time gap is not merely something humanity passes through on the way to later success. It is one of the forces that shapes what that success eventually becomes. Tens of thousands of years of instability, mobility, interruption, loss, experimentation. And survival do not simply delay history. They build its foundations in forms that are often invisible. If later human societies appear astonishingly adaptable, socially expansive, symbolically intense, and capable of carrying knowledge across immense distances, much of that capacity is forged in the long age before visibility thickens. The gap matters because it is not empty waiting time. It is the hidden apprenticeship of our species. The first and perhaps deepest consequence is adaptability itself, a species emerging and spreading through broken climates, shifting habitats, drowned coastlines, and repeated demographic stress cannot rely on fixed solutions for long. It must become flexible in the strongest sense of the word. Diets broaden, mobility strategies diversify, social worlds expand and contract as circumstances demand. Tools are not merely inherited but adjusted. Groups learn to survive in wetlands, grasslands, coasts, woodlands, uplands, deserts at their margins, and eventually in cold worlds no earlier humans had mastered so extensively. This flexibility becomes one of the signature traits of Homo sapiens, but it does not arise in a moment. It is hammered into shape across the very interval that later seems so frustratingly quiet. The gap teaches the species how not to depend on one single world. That flexibility has social consequences as well. In unstable environments, survival depends not only on individual skill, but on the ability to store knowledge across people and generations. A lone expert dies, and knowledge can vanish. A wider network preserves it. This may be one of the hidden legacies of the gap, the gradual strengthening of human social redundancy. Multiple people know how to do important things. Multiple groups maintain ties across distance. Information travels with marriage, exchange, movement, and ritual. Such redundancy is expensive in social terms. It requires trust, repeated contact, and the symbolic means to recognize belonging beyond the immediate camp. But once it exists, it makes populations more resilient. Later humanity's extraordinary capacity for cumulative culture may rest partly on lessons learned in earlier ages when the cost of losing knowledge was repeatedly paid. There is also the matter of memory. In deep prehistory, memory is not an ornament of culture, it is a survival technology. Roots, seasons, animal movements, raw material sources, neighbouring groups, dangerous places, and rare refuges during hard times all have to be remembered somewhere, over long unstable millennia. The species may become increasingly dependent on forms of collective memory that exceed immediate daily need. The evidence remains incomplete, but what survives in the record suggests that later symbolic systems, rituals, ornaments, and perhaps stories may not be secondary embellishments at all. They may be tools for stabilizing memory across social space. If so, then one of the great achievements of the prehistoric time gap is the gradual conversion of memory from local habit into something more structured, portable, and durable within the mind and the group, even before it becomes durable in material form. Another lasting consequence may be the widening of the human social imagination. Small bands can survive with intimate ties alone, but repeated movement, climate shifts, and demographic bottlenecks punish isolation. Under such conditions, broader alliance networks become valuable. The ability to cooperate with people not encountered every day, to recognize them through style, story, language, ornament, or ritualized meeting may become increasingly important. This could help explain why personal adornment, long-distance exchange, and symbolic marking eventually matter so much. They do not simply make life more expressive, they help scale trust, and once trust scales, so does the human world. Later trade, ritual landscapes, migration corridors, and eventually complex societies may all carry forward this older achievement, the ability to treat strangers as potential partners rather than only as threats. A lesser known but very important consequence of the gap may be the preservation of diversity through fragmentation. At first glance, fragmentation looks only destructive. It isolates populations, breaks networks, and risks cultural loss. But it can also generate variation. Separated groups try different things. They adapt to different ecologies. They develop distinctive habits, technologies, and perhaps symbolic vocabularies. When contact resumes, the result is not just reconnection but recombination. Humanity becomes powerful not because it follows one uniform path, but because it keeps generating local solutions and, when conditions allow, sharing or reworking them. In this sense, the long obscure interval may have served as a laboratory of distributed experimentation. Much of it was lost, certainly, but enough survived to make later cumulative culture more varied and inventive than a single stable lineage might have been. The same can be said of encounters with other humans. The crowded late Pleistocene world of Homo sapiens, Neanderthals, Denisovans, and other lineages may have shaped our species far more deeply than later myths of solitary progress allow. Contact with other humans brings competition, but also comparison, adaptation, and gene flow. It may intensify the value of cooperation within larger networks. It may favour flexible movement, broad diets, and rapid cultural adjustment. It certainly leaves traces in the genome, reminding us that later humanity is not born in perfect isolation. The prehistoric time gap therefore helps shape the future, not only through what our own species learns alone, but through the very fact that it matures in a world where humanity has multiple forms and fates. There is also a moral and emotional consequence that later history rarely acknowledges. The gap normalizes loss. Generations grow up in worlds where places become unusable, groups vanish, roots close, and local ways of life can disappear within the span of remembered ancestors. This may foster not only caution, but storytelling, ritual, and forms of identity capable of surviving movement. A people who know that landscapes can change drastically may invest more heavily in portable culture than in fixed permanence. They may place greater value on what can be carried in memory, body, and relationship. Even once the record brightens materially, that older portability may remain central, the human ability to recreate society after displacement. One of the most recurrent facts of later history may have very deep roots in the repeated instabilities of the gap. By the later phases of prehistory, some of these consequences become easier to see. Humans spread into extreme environments with astonishing speed and competence. They maintain long-distance material connections. They create durable symbolic systems. They organize repeated aggregation sites. They exploit varied ecologies with technical ingenuity. They carry traditions far enough and long enough that local innovations no longer vanish so easily. None of this appears from nowhere. It is the inheritance of a species that has already spent immense time learning how to survive interruption. The gap changes humanity because it forces culture itself to become resilient. That resilience eventually underlies everything later called civilization. Agriculture, for all its novelty, still depends on memory, planning, cooperation, seasonal timing, symbolic coordination, and the ability to transmit complex knowledge across generations. Long before fields and villages appear, the foundations of those capacities are already being built in mobile foraging societies, navigating unstable worlds. The same is true for trade, political alliances, ritual landscapes, and territorial imagination. The prehistoric time gap does not stand outside these later developments as a dim prelude. It forms the cognitive and social bedrock on which they rest. One can imagine a chain of inheritances invisible to the later eye. A repeated drought teaches one population to widen marriage ties. Wider ties require recognizable markers of identity. Those markers encourage more stable symbolic practices. Stable symbolism supports broader gatherings where knowledge is exchanged. Knowledge exchange improves survival during later crises. Better survival allows larger populations. Larger populations preserve technical variation more effectively. Over many generations and many regions, the result is a species increasingly capable of cumulative, large-scale social life. None of this requires a sudden leap. It requires repetition under pressure, and that is exactly what the gap provides. This is also why the gap changes the later human relationship to landscape. A species formed in constant negotiation with unstable environments does not see land as inert background. It sees corridors, refuges, thresholds, bottlenecks, memory points, sacred or dangerous places, seasonal opportunities, and hidden risks. Landscape becomes storied because it must. Places matter not simply because they are beautiful or abundant, but because they have saved people before, or failed them before, or connected them to others before. Later territoriality, sacred geography, pilgrimage, trade routes, and border imagination may all have roots in this much older practical intimacy with changing land. No single explanation fully accounts for why the gap changes humanity so profoundly, but the pattern is difficult to miss. The long-hidden stretch of prehistory acts as a filter. It rewards portability over weight, cooperation over isolation, flexibility over rigidity, memory over record, and redundancy over fragile brilliance. Later, humanity inherits those priorities even when it begins building in stone. Civilization often imagines itself as the triumph over uncertainty. In truth, it may be the formalization of strategies first learned when uncertainty ruled almost everything. There is another, quieter consequence. The gap may shape human imagination by teaching that absence itself is survivable. Camps are abandoned, coasts drown, companions die, knowledge is lost and rebuilt. Migration means leaving one world and entering another without guarantees. A species living through such conditions may become especially attuned to continuity that is emotional and symbolic rather than purely material. This could help explain the enduring human concern with ancestry, naming, burial, ritual, and story. These are ways of holding continuity when matter fails. The archaeological record may only occasionally catch them, but their logic fits the deep conditions under which humanity is formed. What the gap changed forever, then, is not merely the timing of later developments. It changed the kind of species that carried them forward. Homo sapiens emerges from this long interval not as a creature finally awakened, but as one repeatedly tested in ways that favor social elasticity, remembered knowledge, symbolic coordination, and cultural recovery after fracture. Those traits are not side effects. They are among the central reasons the species later expands so successfully and builds worlds so elaborate. And yet the irony remains sharp. The very period that may shape us most deeply is the one we see least clearly. The foundations of later humanity are laid in an age whose traces are often faint, local, drowned, or erased. We can see the later architecture far more easily than the hidden groundwork beneath it. But the groundwork is there, implied by everything that follows. Every network, every ritualized identity, every carried tradition, every recovered society after collapse may owe something to those earlier ages, when survival depended on starting again and again without losing the thread of being human. By now, the prehistoric time gap is no longer only a mystery to be solved. It is also a warning against shallow beginnings. The most decisive changes in history do not always arrive where the archive is brightest. Sometimes they happen in the long, dim stretches where a species learns, under pressure and often in silence, what it must become in order to last. In the end, what makes the prehistoric time gap so unsettling is not simply that something is missing. It is that what is missing sits at the center of everything. The gap lies between the emergence of people who are recognizably us in body, and the later flourishing of human life in forms the archaeological record can more easily hold. It occupies the long threshold where modern humans are already moving, adapting, thinking, remembering, and perhaps symbolizing in ways far richer than the evidence usually allows us to see, while the archive remains thin enough to keep their world half hidden. That is why the mystery has endured so stubbornly. It is not about a vanished city, a single lost population, or one catastrophic event. It is about the possibility that some of the most decisive chapters in human becoming unfolded in forms that time was almost perfectly designed to erase. By now the broad shape of the problem is clearer. The silence is not created by one cause. Preservation strips away perishable worlds. Coastlines drown beneath later seas. Climate repeatedly breaks continuity. Small populations lose innovations they are fully capable of creating. Different regions develop unevenly, sometimes reconnecting, sometimes falling silent. Other humans share the planet, complicating every migration and every encounter. Artifacts preserve outcomes while concealing language, trust, ritual, teaching, and memory, which may be where much of early humanity actually lives. What appears at first to be one unexplained delay is really the overlap of many forms of disappearance. The gap is deep because loss has many mechanisms, and yet the silence does speak, if only indirectly. It tells us that the old habit of measuring humanity by noise in the record is deeply misleading. We are tempted to think that where we find little, little existed. But the prehistoric time gap keeps dismantling that assumption. A species can be present without being loud. It can possess language without inscription, symbolism without preserved art, technical sophistication without metal or architecture, and dense emotional life without durable graves. It can transform itself socially and cognitively, while leaving behind only hearth shadows, scattered flakes, pigment fragments, and a few bones. The gap, then, is not simply an absence of evidence. It is evidence of how badly the record can undersell a living world. This matters for more than prehistory. It changes how later history should be viewed as well. Civilizations often imagine themselves as the place where humanity finally becomes visible to itself, through writing, monuments, states, and memory fixed in durable forms. But the deep human story suggests something humbling. Long before writing, people are already carrying complex worlds inside speech, bodies, rituals, alliances, and remembered landscapes. Long before monuments, they are already coordinating survival across unstable climates and wide territories. Long before formal history, they are already making choices whose consequences will shape the future of the species. The prehistoric time gap therefore narrows the apparent distance between before history and history proper. It reminds us that human depth does not begin when archives do. A lesser known but perhaps most important lesson lies in what the gap reveals about fragility. Later civilizations often mistake durability for inevitability. Because cities, traditions, and institutions survive long enough to seem solid, it becomes easy to imagine that continuity is natural. The deep past says otherwise. Continuity is hard won. Knowledge disappears easily. Social worlds can be broken by climate, geography, demography, or sheer bad luck. Entire forms of human life can vanish so completely that only a few ambiguous traces remain. If our own species eventually becomes abundant and dominant, that outcome does not erase the precariousness that came before. It is built on it. The silence in the gap is filled with broken lineages, failed migrations, interrupted traditions, and communities that came close to futures they never kept. This is why scholars still debate the gap with such intensity. The evidence has improved enormously, but every new discovery opens as many questions as it closes. An early ornament suggests wider symbolism, but how wide a pigment fragment hints at meaning. But of what kind? A drowned coastline implies lost settlement. But how much a genetic trace reveals contact with another human population? But under what circumstances a technological innovation appears early, then vanishes? Is that preservation failure, demographic loss, or local experimentation that never spread? No single explanation fully accounts for the whole pattern, and perhaps none ever will. The prehistoric time gap may remain partly unresolved, not because the problem is beyond science, but because it belongs to a past where survival itself is selective almost to the point of cruelty. And still, despite all of this uncertainty, one conclusion becomes difficult to escape. The gap is not a waiting room before humanity. It is humanity, already underway, already improvising, already vulnerable, already brilliant in ways that survive only in fragments. It is the long age in which our species learns to live lightly, remember deeply, cooperate beyond the immediate household, recover after fracture, and carry meaning in portable forms. It is the age in which other humankind still walk the earth beside us. It is the age in which the visible record remains too thin for the scale of what is happening. That is what gives the silence its force. It is not an empty silence. It is crowded. Imagine once more the countless lives hidden inside it. Fires lit at dusk on plains now eroded away. Children learning routes to water no map will ever record. Bodies painted for reasons no surviving object can explain. Tiny groups crossing favourable corridors that later close, others retreating from drying lands, some disappearing entirely, some meeting other humans in valleys where only stone tools will remain, some gathering shellfish on coasts now 40 kilometres offshore and 100 metres underwater, some carrying techniques that vanish when the last skilled elder dies, some preserving stories that last centuries and then are lost in one bad generation. That is the true scale of the gap, not empty millennia, but missing worlds. The absence, then, still speaks because it reveals a permanent truth about the human past. We're not descended only from what was strongest, loudest, or best preserved. We're also descended from what was nearly lost, repeatedly interrupted, and rarely recorded. The species that later covers the planet is shaped in large part by epochs when survival depends on flexibility without permanence, memory without writing, and social depth without material abundance. If the later record shines more brightly, it does so over foundations laid in obscurity. The silence remains beneath the light. And that may be why the mystery endures so powerfully. It touches something uncomfortable in the modern mind. We want origins to be visible. We want turning points to announce themselves. We want the making of humanity to leave behind clear markers that can be lined up in order and named with confidence. Instead, we find an age of scattered traces, broken continuities, and strong possibilities that cannot always be proved to the last degree. We find that the past is not obliged to preserve the moments we most want to see. Sometimes it hides them almost completely. So the prehistoric time gap remains one of the deepest unresolved spaces in human history, not because nothing is known, but because enough is known to show how much has been lost. Bodies appear before bright archives. Minds may deepen before symbols become common. Networks may form before exchange becomes visible. Whole coasts, peoples, and traditions may disappear before later history begins keeping count. The mystery is therefore not why humanity is absent for so long. The mystery is how much humanity may already be there, just beyond the reach of what survives. And perhaps that is the final meaning of the gap. It teaches that being human has never depended on being easily seen. The greater part of our species' story may have unfolded below the threshold of preservation, carried in voices, skills, and relationships that outlived the people who made them only for a while, and then not at all. What remains is fragmentary. What it points to is immense. The silence, once listened to carefully, is not the sound of emptiness. It is the sound of deep time failing to keep up with the richness of human life. The wind lowers. The pace of the story changes. The long broken road of early humanity begins to recede into something wider than explanation, wider even than mystery. What remains, after all the fragments are set down, is not only a problem for archaeologists or anthropologists, it is a change in scale. The human story becomes older, quieter, and far more fragile than later civilizations like to imagine. For most of our existence, there are no walls, no archives, no names written into stone. There are only people moving through worlds that do not stay still. Lakes fill and vanish. grasslands open and close. Coasts advance and disappear under the sea. Other humans walk beside us for ages and then are gone. Small groups endure, split, join, remember, forget. A fire burns through one evening and leaves almost nothing by morning. A story lasts for generations and then ends in silence. A place once central to survival becomes unreachable, then invisible, then unknowable. And yet something persists through all of it. Not the record, not reliably, not the objects, not often enough. What persists is the human act of carrying life forward anyway. Teaching a child, sharing food, finding the path back to water, knowing when to leave, knowing when to stay, holding memory in the mind when the land itself is changing, making meaning out of danger, distance, and loss, building continuity from things too light for deep time to hold. That may be why the prehistoric gap feels so haunting. It is full of lives that mattered completely to the people who lived them, and scarcely at all to the earth that covered them afterward. Their worlds do not survive in proportion to their depth. Most of what they knew is gone. Most of what they loved is gone. Most of the sounds they made, the names they used, the gestures by which they recognized one another, the stories tied to rivers and shorelines now vanished. All of it has passed beyond recovery. But the disappearance is not total. Something of them remains in the shape of what came later, in our flexibility, in our restlessness, in the way human beings everywhere still build memory against loss, in the way landscapes are never only land, but roots, warnings, promises, absences, in the way the past is carried forward even when its details are gone. The people hidden in that immense dim stretch of time do not return to us fully. They remain at a distance, but they are not unreal. They are the missing weight beneath the visible world. So in the final image, there is no monument, no city rising at dawn, no grand invention appearing all at once. There is only a shoreline from a vanished age, far from any modern coast, under a sky no one has seen for tens of thousands of years. A small group is there at evening. The tide is turning. Fires are lit. Voices move in the dark. Behind them lies a world already half lost. Ahead of them lies every human future. Between these two immensities, for a little while, they endure.